Everyone, and welcome to the sixth virtual meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board. I hope that all of you are doing well under this heat that we have been having the last number of days. And I hope that all of you are staying safe under the circumstances that we're living under. Very quickly, I want to introduce the H board and staff. Because we are a volunteer board, we're a 7-member board. I'm Cecilia Rios, I'm the chair of the board. And the other members are Frank Katz, who is the vice chair. And we have Buddy Roybal. We have also Jennifer Beachside, John Benvenue, Anthony Guida, and Lynn Larson. Did I get everybody? I sure hope so. And also the staff is Lisa Roach, who is the main planner, the manager, the head honcho there. And we have Daniel Schwab, who is also a planner. And we have Angela, I know her by Shackle, but she's got this fancy last name that I think is Borda de Rey or something like that. But anyway, sorry, Angela, if I crucified your last name. And then we have the very knowledgeable Sally Paez, who is the assistant city attorney. And I can't forget Melissa Byers, who is the stenographer. She does an excellent job all the time. Melissa, are you there?
I am here, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, you always do. And I am officially calling this meeting to order. And today we are July the 14th. So may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Rios.
Here.
Vice Chair Katz.
Here.
Member Beachside.
Here.
Member Bienvenue.
Here.
Member Guida.
Here.
Member Larson.
Here.
Member Roybal.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Melissa. Are there any changes to the agenda? Anybody, Lisa?
Madam Chair, there are 2 minor edits that we need to make to captions this evening. On item F1, case 2020-001823-HDRB, instead of construct an addition, it really should say remodel.
Okay, and what is the address of that?
That's 339 and 341 Plaza Balentine. So they're not constructing a new addition, they're remodeling an existing addition.
Okay.
And on item F5, the item indicates that there's a proposal to construct a pergola. There's actually a proposal to construct 2 pergolas. One pergola at the rear of the non-contributing residential structure and an additional carport pergola.
And address, please?
That's case 2020-002251-HDRB at 512 Abeta Street.
Okay. Any other changes?
That's all, Madam Chair, from staff.
Thank you.
Yes,
Does anyone else have any changes?
Lisa, I believe there's a change to the Gomez Street case that it should be a contributing building.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Daniel.
Okay, Gomez is a
item F3. The status was indicated as non-contributing on that, on 6333 Gomez. That is a contributing residential property.
Thank you. Any other changes? It appears not. I will hear a motion to approve the agenda as just amended.
Move to approve the agenda as just amended. It's Member Guida.
Larson seconds.
Yes. So Member Guida moved to approve the agenda, and was it Flynn? Please say your name when you're making a motion, just quickly.
I did.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Excuse me, roll call vote. Melissa, I apologize.
Yes. Member Beachside.
Aye.
Member Bienvenue.
Aye.
Member Guida.
Aye.
Vice Chair Katz.
Aye.
Member Larson.
Aye.
Member Royball.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, Melissa. We have minutes of June the 23rd, 2020. Are there any changes to these minutes? Member Katz?
Yes, on page 51, in the very middle of the page, I said that the board recognizes this would not be beautiful. Their grief, it should be their brief. Their responsibility is whether there's another location. So, brief to brief. Thank you.
Any
That's
other
all I have.
changes? Thank you. Member Benvenu?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. On page 37, the fourth full paragraph down in the middle of that paragraph, where it says significant for contributing, replace the word for with the word or.
Anyone
That's it.
else? Was that it, Member Benvenu?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Melissa, sorry.
Yes.
I have a number of them and I'm gonna go very quickly, okay? Sorry.
Okay,
Um,
no worries.
The first one is on, the first two are on page 7. The 8th paragraph down should read as follows. Chair Rios said, if what Ms. Roach has stated is accurate and the rest of the sentence is fine. And then the
Okay,
paragraph down on that same page 7, change the word they to we. Chair Rios noted that we. Okay.
okay, okay,
The next one is on page 17. That would be the 8th paragraph down. The word changed should be identified. So there,
okay,
those could be identified. Okay, the
Okay.
next one is on page 28. And that would be at the very top. That should read, Chair Rios agreed in a case like this, it would be best to have a field trip. When a case is complicated, it is better for the board to walk the property.
okay,
And next is on page 32. It would be the 3rd paragraph down. The second sentence should read, she further commented that homes can have light colors, etc.
okay,
And number 6 is on page 48. And that would be the 4th paragraph down. Chair Rios asked if St. John's College computers have the capacity to work. And thank goodness, the very last one is, let's see, oh, that was the last one. Thank you.
okay.
If no one else has anything else, is there a motion to approve the amended minutes?
This is Frank. I would move to approve the minutes as amended.
Anthony, I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Yes. Member Beachide,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes,
Member Guida,
Yes,
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes,
Member Larson,
Yes.
Member Royball.
Abstain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Next, we have 5 findings of fact and conclusions of law. Are there any changes to any of these? Appear to not be any changes. I will hear a motion, please.
this is Frank. I would move to approve the findings of fact as submitted. All 5.
this is Anthony, I'll second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachide,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
yes,
Member Guida,
Yes,
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes,
Member Larson,
Yes.
Member Royball.
Abstain.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Next, we go to business from the floor. Is there any business on the floor? I see that Stephanie Benato has her hand up. Yes, Stephanie. Stephanie, yes. you
Yeah,
are
I'm
muted.
sorry, that took a few seconds for it to come up on my screen. Stephanie Beninato. I just wanted to say that I was really happy that City Council upheld your decision concerning the end of the Anasazi. I thought that you were actually bent over backwards to accommodate their business plan, and especially given a pool and the fact that really it is going to be visible from the north side. And so I'm really happy about that. The biggest objection or grounds was not your design decision so much as that board member Katz was telling them how to design it. And I was been thinking about that, and I thought maybe if that comes up again, because I think it, excuse me, a lot of allergies. I think that when you talk about design options, that perhaps you need to be clear that that's what you're doing. You're like, well, I think there are other design options. I'm not offering them. I'm not telling you what to do, but here's some that I can think of. And then have them either respond to that or just say, go and think about it, and or come up with your own or something like that, where you're covering yourself so you're not being accused of designing the project, which is what Carl Summers' main objection was, not to the actual decision on design. At least that's kind of what I got. And then the other thing, I'm sorry, the other thing is that I was actually really shocked last week when Fabiola Hartford got up and talked about Weber coming in and trying to remove the obelisk in the middle of the night, and Miss Roach unnecessarily getting into an argument with her, when if you read the paper, looked at the photos, we all know that Alan Weber tried to have the obelisk removed before the proclamation was issued. And why it was necessary to even argue, why not just let the person present their point of view and direct them to the more appropriate forum? I just don't know. It made me question the integrity of the government. It made me wonder why Ms. Roach felt the need to defend Alan Weber to such an extent. So I just point that out because really, if you do want people to contribute, jumping all over them is not the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, but I really do have to come to the defense of Ms. Roach, because she was stating some facts, and I do not recall that there was ever an argument between her and the woman that came before the board in reference to the monument. That's my recollection. Thank you very much. Next, we have communications. Staff, is there anything under communications?
Madam Chair, I have one item.
Yes, ma'am.
The next appeal for it's 868 East Alameda Street. It's the contributing wall structure that they're seeking to demolish, the 13 feet closest to the driveway, and the board denied that demolition. That case is scheduled to be heard on July 29th by the governing body, hopefully, with the only caveat being that there are a large volume of public hearings coming through, and that if the city manager or the city council think it's just not going to happen in a timely fashion, it could potentially get postponed. But as of right now, it is scheduled for that night.
Well, thank you very much. Anything else under communications, staff? Nothing. Okay, thank you. Yes. Did I hear someone?
No, nothing, Madam Chair.
Okay. Stephanie Beninato, you have your hand up. Did you have something? Maybe not. Okay, board members, we have 7 action items, and I do want to remind applicants to sign in under attendees. And if you're participating by phone, hit *9. Also, I need to tell you about appeals. If you disagree with the decision that this board renders this evening, you do have the option to appeal. If you appeal, there are time constraints that you have to follow, and Those are, and staff can guide you through the appeals process, but the findings of fact and conclusions of law have to be approved, and then you have 15 days after that to file your appeal. So this evening, our first case this evening is case number 2020-002171. And no, I am really sorry. I picked up the wrong thing here. I apologize. Okay, the first case is 2020-001823, located at 339 and 334 Plaza Balentine, and this is a significant property, and it is Daniel's case. Daniel, may we hear your report, please?
Madam Chair, before the report is given, may I just ask if anyone from the attendees list wishes to be moved to the panel as an applicant on this case? Please raise your hand. Okay, I think I have the only.
Maybe Karen there?
Karen Marsh, is that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need some help in that case. Okay, thanks. Because I don't know all of the applicants for every case, so thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair. 339 and 341 Plaza Balentine is a residential structure with significant status in the downtown and Eastside Historic District, designated in case 2020-001784 HDRB, heard by the board on June 23rd, 2020. The house was designed by Kate Muller Chapman, a well-known early female architect in Santa Fe. Excuse me. The house has one representative symmetrical facade facing west with wings of the sides and a portal in the middle. A historic photograph of the house shows that the basic form of this facade is still intact. The applicant proposes to restore the building while removing degraded components that are not in keeping with the character of the original structure and making repairs, as well as converting a non-historic addition. Next slide, I think. So this is the original structure. Okay, next slide. And this is the current state of the structure. You can see there have been various changes. Next slide. So item 1, remove the coyote fence and gate and install a picket fence. There exists no evidence that a picket fence existed at this location. However, photographic and documentary evidence shows that Chapman employed picket fences on other projects in Santa Fe, some of which still exist. The applicant thus argues that this is an appropriate design at this location. Alternately, the applicant proposes a low adobe stucco wall varying in height from 36 inches above grade to 42 inches above grade, allowing for more visibility of the house from the street. A new main gate that is less than 42 inches tall is also proposed. So here you see above and below the two proposals. Next slide. Item 2, remove an existing side yard gate on the north side of the house. Next slide. Remove a gas meter close to the north gate, relocated toward the backyard. Next slide. Replace the north gate with a wooden gate in a location that will conceal the gas meter from the street. Next slide. Remove existing non-historic and or deteriorating windows and restore according to the historic documents. This reconstruction is allowed for in code section 14-5.2D5B, which states that replacement or duplication of missing features shall be substantiated by documentation, physical or pictorial evidence. The new windows will be wood with true divided lights and painted to match the existing original windows. They will be custom made to match the historical style to the greatest extent possible based on the historic photograph. These include item 5A. On the left wing, the window opening will be enlarged to reconstruct the original window. Next slide. On the right wing, the trim and true divided light window will be reconstructed. Next slide. On the right portion under the portal, the opening will be enlarged and the historic French doors with divided lights will be reconstructed. Next slide. Carport and garage renovation, including 6A, re-roof carport by removing the fiberglass and replacing it with a wooden roof deck with a low slope roofing system and wood trim. A small low profile skylight shall be added on the back side of the carport, which will not be visible from the street. Next slide. Create new openings in the non-historic north facade of the garage for divided and with divided light French doors and windows. Next slide. Remove the west-facing garage door planking and replace with a stucco wall with a door and a window. Next slide. Before I get to number 8, number 7, they will be restuccoing with cementitious stucco in the same color as the existing structure. And number 8, repair the historic but not original 3-level coping that's visible here, and add a simplified 2-level brick coping to the small existing recessed bathroom addition on the south side of the house facing the street. Next slide. Construct a 12-inch to 18-inch stucco parapets on the non-original garage in order that the roof insulation can be added to the garage structure. The overall height of the garage shall not exceed the height of the original house. Next. Don't have a picture for this. Number 10, remove the diagonal downspout on a canale on the east side of the house and replace it with a different downspout to improve drainage. That's the report. Staff recommendation. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2 D and E. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel, for your thorough report. Question from me. Is part of this building will have brick coping and part will not? Is that correct? And they will follow the history of the home in terms of that?
The original building did not have any brick coping. There was brick coping added at a later date on the front portion, and there will be some brick coping added on that bathroom addition, but some will also in the rear portions, the north elevation, for example, will not have brick coping. It'll have a kind of a stucco element, but not brick.
Okay. Also, on the west elevation, there is a window there that I am going to presume that was not historic, there to the right of the door, of the entry door. And now they will be putting French doors, is that correct?
Yes, that's a non-historic window. And the historic photograph very clearly shows that there were French doors there before. And those will be reconstructed.
Okay, thank you. Board members, thank you. Any other questions at this time? Member Roybal.
Daniel, on the coyote fence in the front, do we really have a history on that coyote fence? It's when to be removed and changed? Well,
in the historic photograph, we can pretty much identify where that photo was taken. And there's no fence. I mean, you're standing behind the fence where the photographer is standing behind the fence. So the original building did not have a fence. It's not quite clear when that fence was erected.
So we have no history on that coyote fence then?
I'm not sure. I could go through the HCPI and see if there is a note on that.
Okay, thank you.
I would comment that this house is 96 years old, and probably I would guess that there was no fence. And if there was a fence or a yard wall or a fence to delineate that property line, it probably, I'm going to guess that it was very low, probably 3 to 4 feet at the most. And actually, I think what the applicants are proposing is very good so that we can see the house, the now significant house.
So if you, Lisa, if you go back, yeah, you can see that the fences are high, and the photograph on the slide before is taken from inside the fence. It's not really possible to see the house over the fence.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Daniel, board members? None at this time. Applicant or applicants, would you kindly get sworn in?
Who am I swearing in, Madam Chair?
Karen Marsh?
Karen Marsh. Okay, Ms. Marsh, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
sure. My name is Karen Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I believe Liz Beal is on as an applicant too, just to be sure she is.
Ms. Beal, are you there? Because if you are, you need to get sworn in if you're going to speak. I don't believe she's there.
No, I was muted before, but now I was unmuted. Can you hear me?
Okay, Ms. Beal, I will go ahead and swear you in. Do
Okay.
you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And when you speak, could you please state your full name and address for the record?
Elizabeth Bell, 339 Plaza Balentine, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501.
Thank you.
Thank you both. And Ms. Marsh, did you state your address as well?
Yes, it's 138 Bob Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501.
Thank you both. And I do have to ask Ms. Paez if she would be so nice as to help me with the clock for 2 minutes for public comment. Sally, is that okay with you?
Sure, I can do that, Chair, yes.
Thank you very much. Applicants, you have the floor. What more do you have to tell us about this project?
Just one, I thought Daniel did a good job with this. The coyote fence, we believe, was built after 1975. And that was in the historic report.
Mhm. And do you have anything more to add? I think that, in my opinion, that you are doing a great job on this property and having a low fence. And I personally think the picket fence lends itself to the architectural style of this home, but we will hear what other board members have to say. And I do
Madam
want
Chair.
to thank you for preserving the history of this house and for your enthusiasm at the last meeting to have this house upgraded to significant. Yes, Daniel, did you have something?
The report only says that the fence is before 1985.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
sorry.
Ms. Marsh or Ms. Bell, do either of you have anything further to comment in reference to this property? It appears not. They're not saying anything, or at least I don't see their hands up. Oh, let me see. But we do have comments from board members. Member Roybal.
Mrs. Beal, first of all, we really thank you for trying to preserve this property. You've done an amazing job. Is there any preference, in your opinion, between the picket fence and the adobe wall? You have an alternative type of wall to remove the coyote fence. I think the coyote fence does detract from the beauty of the house. So I applaud you for trying to get it changed. Is there a preference on your part?
Well, originally, I was thinking the adobe wall because the rest of the houses on the street have some type of adobe wall, though theirs are higher. And they don't have the same facade. They don't have a portal on the front of their houses. And so after researching more about Kate Chapman and the houses that she renovated or restored or built, she would use the picket fence. So now I would rather have the picket fence because I think it's more in keeping with the time period and the other houses that she did. And so I think that would be an original, even though it's not part of the original house, as we can see from the picture, it would be, if there was going to be a fence, it would have been a picket fence, I believe.
Now, would the picket fence be white in color, or would it be an off color?
It would be an off-white, not a bright white, but it would be a white that would match what is on the portal now. Is the the back, the wall of the portal is painted white, so it would be probably the same color. And alternatively, if that was not agreed upon to do white, then it would be, I think, the trim color, which is kind of the green, the original green color. And so either one of those, but the first choice is white.
Great. And again, we applaud you for the amount of effort that you have put into making this house what it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty. Member Larson? Unmute, thank you. Member Larson.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to thank you for this design. I think it really honors this structure, which is now significant and for a good reason. I think that the idea with reducing the brick coping is a good idea. I think you can see in the photos that it's only causing more issues currently, so it'll be good to kind of reconfigure that. And I also agree that with the Chair Rios that the picket fence is the best option. And again, I'd like to just let you know that we appreciate your research that you put into this and your decision of choosing the picket fence. Again, I think this will really just allow the structure to rejoin the streetscape. And I think the picket fence will only reinforce that this is a very old and very important home. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Larson. Member Katz, you had your hand up a minute ago. Did you have something to say? No, it appears that Member Katz does not have anything to say at this time. So if the board members do not have anything further, I will ask members of the public if you would like to comment, and you do have a 2-minute limit. Anybody from the public wishing to comment? We have Stephanie Benenato. Yes, Stephanie.
Hi. By the way, I did have something to say, but I was not unmuted. And I just want to say, if you look at the minutes, you see this constant correction by Ms. Roach. In terms of this case, I really appreciate that.
Stephanie, can we
What?
please bring you in real quick? I'm sorry for interrupting.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Do you swear under the penalty of
Oh, I'm
perjury?
sorry.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry, Stephanie, you do have to get sworn in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Benenato, P.O. Box 1601, Santa Fe, New Mexico. I really appreciate that the owner and the architect are trying to open the view of the house to the public and let us all appreciate this beautiful building, and that they are trying to restore openings and windows, doors to what was there originally, and or at least to do in cases where it maybe is a newer part, true divided lights. I kind of miss the little gate on that one side, but I really like the picket fence. There is a couple of picket fences. There's one on Garcia for sure. And I think it was typical of a certain time period. And, you know, again, in keeping with Kate Chapman. So again, I just appreciate all of this. And I certainly will be happy when I go down the street and get to see more of this house. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, in reference to the color, I personally think that the off-white color is, if you're going to go with the picket fence, I think that would look, that would complement the house very nicely. If no one has anything further to comment or ask in reference to this particular project, I will entertain a motion. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also commend the owner and the architect for this really wonderful project and all the work they're doing. And I would move, in the case of 2020-1823 HDRB 339-341 Plaza Balentine, that the application be approved as submitted, consistent with staff's recommendations and the record.
Thank you, Member Benvenu. Member Roybal.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to go ahead and second that and approve also, and make sure that we cover all the items that we're approving. Item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5A, 5B, 6, 6A, 6B, 7, 8, and 9, and 10.
Chair Rios, may I request that the motion include the preference with item 1 for a wall or a picket fence?
Member Benvenu.
Friendly amendment to include item number 1 to be a picket fence and an off-white color, and the colors to be submitted to the staff for approval.
Thank you, Buddy. Anybody else wishing to add anything else to this motion? Member Beachside?
Was that a friendly amendment to the motion, Mr. Member Bienvenu?
Yes, I accept all the amendments.
Thanks.
Member Beachside, you have the floor.
I just wanted to be sure, is there a drawing of the picket fence in our packet, or
Yes.
Okay.
It's in the amendment letter.
Oh, gotcha.
Which
Okay.
is included in the packet.
I just wanted to be sure we don't need to have the applicant submit
It's
that.
page 15 in the packet.
And Daniel, would you indicate the height of that fence?
I believe it's the same height as the wall, which was 36 to 42 inches. It does, the letter does not name a height. Maybe you would like to ask the applicant.
Okay, sorry, but I think that's an important thing to ask the applicant. I know we're in the middle of the motion, but applicant, are you there?
Yes.
Can you indicate to us the height of the fence?
36 inches. That was in an email. We emailed a little bit about it, Daniel.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Thank you. So Member Benvenu, does someone want to add that to the motion? Member Roybal?
Yes, we'll go ahead and add that to the motion, that the will be a picket white and an off-white, again, to be submitted to staff for review, and also the height, which will be 36 inches, and also to be reviewed by staff.
Thank you. Member Beachside, you have no, nothing. And Member Benvenu, do you accept that?
Accepted.
Okay, and did you have anything more to say?
No.
It's not. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenu?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
Member Roybal?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion has been approved.
Thank you very much, Melissa. We go to the second case this evening, and that is case 2020-002171, located at 1169 East Alameda Street. This is a non-contributing building, and Daniel, may we hear your report, please?
Yes, Madam Chair.
May I ask the applicant to raise their hand to be moved to the panel, please?
Lyra Parker is the applicant.
Thank you. May we proceed?
Yes, Madam Chair.
1169 East Alameda Street is a 2,200 square foot single family residential structure in the downtown and Eastside Historic District. It was built in 1983 and thus has a historic status of non-contributing. It is at the end of a private drive and has no public visibility. It is built with a passive solar design over 2 stories on a lot that descends away from the entrance from north to south, with a flat roof, earth tone stucco, and a large pane windows in the rear. The height of the existing structure is 23 feet. When this case came before the HDRB on June 23rd, 2020, the board postponed it for the opportunity of redesign, requesting a design that was more compatible with the passive solar design of the original home. The applicant returns now with a revised proposal, having made changes to windows on the north side, developed different massing, window placement, and solar shading on the south side, and a different stucco color. Applicant now proposes the following changes. Item 1, I don't think that I have individual slides, but demolition of the lower portion of the sunroom on the southwest corner. Item 2, construction of an addition of approximately 100 square feet on the south facade. This item has been redesigned. It will contain a horizontal window 14 feet by 5 feet centered in the south wall, and the quote fins used in the original design will be reemployed. 2 foot 6 inch solar shade will extend the length of the south wall. It will have a flat metal shed roof canopy over the south facade for shading with a weathered appearance and supported by a steel frame. Item 3, construction of a new 869 square foot addition attached to the west facade of only 1 story or 12 feet in height. This will include a portal on the north facade directly over the front door and continuing over the western portion of that facade as an open trellis. The original divided light windows have been changed to non-divided lights. Wood elements will be stained with Cabot semi-transparent driftwood gray stain. On the west facade will be 2 canales, a small glass block window in the shower room, and 2 further windows without divided lights. On the south facade will be sliding glass doors and 2 further windows. The so-called fin design and use of solar shades will be carried over onto this facade from the redesigned south-facing facade in item 2. All windows will be Anderson clad windows in abalone. This is an a gray-white color. Item 4, construct a 768 square foot new garage at the north end of the structure. This will have 2 9 by 9 foot painted steel garage doors in a weathered gray color with small windows in the upper portion. Item 5, restucco the entire structure in El Rey premium sand color, with a fine sand texture. Item 6, re-roof with TPO painted in a similar color to the stucco, which will not be visible. Item 7, all windows will be Anderson clad windows in abalone. There will be no divided light windows, which is allowable per code because the windows are entirely non-publicly visible. Staff recommendation, staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that it complies with section 14-5.2 D and E. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Board members, any questions at this time for Daniel? Member Beachside, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Daniel, in item 4, you referenced some small windows on the garage doors, but I don't think I see those on the west facade that's shown on the screen right now on page 15 of our packet.
Right. Oh, on the packet.
Or I can ask the applicant too.
Yeah. Let me also check if I have another version of the plan. I'll just check that.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and any other questions, Member Beachai? No? Okay. Member Guida?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Daniel, do you have a sample of the colors, the stucco color and the window color?
Good. Just a moment.
Those easily accessible, or maybe I'll go to Member Royball. You have a question?
Oh, I have another question too.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Wait a minute, I have to turn off my my fake background. Just a second.
Oh,
I mean, the light is, it's not as pink as it looks in my camera. It looks like a manila folder.
And the window color too?
Window. The driftwood gray stain, which is that one. Again, it's more of a gray. The light is not making the color true.
Okay, thank you. And then a question for you. I see that and it says that the solar shades on the south elevation have been redesigned. I see that in the proposed south elevation. Is it possible that the proposed east and west elevation are still showing the previous design?
In the packet?
Yeah.
how big are these solar shades?
And we could certainly ask the applicant for more clarity on that one.
Let me compare it with my other plans.
Okay, maybe he could, and Member Guida, did you have anything further?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps Member Guida and Member Beachai can ask the applicant the questions they are seeking answers to. Member Roybal, do you have a question for Daniel?
Yes. The use of the solar shades, do you know how they're going to be used, how big they are and what color they're going to use? I mean, they could be very intrusive if they're very large and very dark. Do we have any information on the solar shades?
I think it would be best to ask the applicant. I would ask the board to bear in mind that this is a publicly completely non-visible property, and doubly so with reference to the rear portion of the property, which is kind of fenced in and is no way visible.
Thank you, Daniel. All your unanswered questions can be asked to the applicant. Anything further, buddy? I guess not. Okay, there appeared not to be any other questions. Melissa, can you swear in the applicant or applicants?
Yes. Yes. Who are the applicants?
Laura Parker, I believe. Is she there?
I don't see her.
I do not either.
Oh, I see.
She's there.
I see her.
Okay.
Okay.
They're there.
Ms. Parker,
I'm not sure.
thank you. Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ms. Parker, maybe you're muted.
She is.
Ms. Parker, can you unmute so that we can hear you?
You may need to check your audio settings because we're not hearing you even as you're unmuted. So you may need to turn your mic volume up under your audio settings.
Okay, she's still, there we go. Ms. Parker? Okay.
I just follow up on the question Mr. Guida had about the plans. As far as I can tell, I don't see a change in the proposed elevation between the old and the new. The east elevation, that looks, the sunshade appears the same in the old and the new plan sets.
Thank you for looking at that, Daniel.
You
Thanks.
can verify that as well if you'd like.
Madam Chair, I could have to offer some guidance in getting their audio settings checked, if that's okay.
Yeah, it appears that she now has.
No, they don't have sound. They're unmuted. They're unmuted, but their audio settings are not allowing them to be heard.
Maybe there's a button on the keyboard that mutes the microphone. I've had that problem before.
So if you go to, just allow me to give some guidance here. There's a down arrow or an up arrow next to your mute button. You mouse over that, you should see an option for audio settings. Do you see that? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay, so if you open that and turn your mic volume all the way up, maybe that will do it. Otherwise, I would suggest using the Q&A to type in answers to the questions. And I can read them aloud.
Oh, wow. And if we use the Q&A, who's gonna?
I could read their responses aloud into the record as an option.
And each one of us has to type our questions? Is that what you're saying?
No, they can hear us.
They can hear us, but they will have to type the answers in. Whoa. Okay.
That would be the option. Otherwise,
well, we already started the case. I was going to say we could have a motion to.
Perhaps they could call in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they can call in. I think that's better. I think that'll go a little bit faster. Don't you agree, Lisa?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. So if they're hearing us, are these the same applicants that were here the last time? Everything worked out fine. I don't know why it's not working out, but anyway, Ms. Parker, if you could kindly call in so that we can hear your presentation.
I think she may need the phone number. Do you need the phone number or do you have it?
I can email them the phone number.
Or we could read it.
You could say it out loud.
Danielle, can you say that phone number, please?
Well, there's a phone number, 253-215-8782. Again, 253-215-8782. And then there's a webinar ID number, 824-1817-6668. Again, 824-1817-6668.
Thank you. Okay, let's see.
We might just need to take a brief pause, Madam Chair, until they're.
I'm going to send it to Lyra and Nathan via email.
Okay, sorry everyone, but these are the issues that we sometimes encounter doing these virtual meetings.
I'm not seeing the call come in yet.
And is there any way that you can tell, other than the call, whether they can hear you?
They can hear us.
Okay.
They've been giving us the thumbs up when we ask them questions, so I presume that means they can hear us.
I sent you an email, Lyra, with the instructions.
As soon as I see the phone number pop up, I will move it.
I don't know, we're not making progress.
They're still working on it, Madam Chair. I'm watching them.
Okay.
They have to enter in a series of numbers.
Oh, okay.
Lyra, are you sure there's not a microphone button on your keypad that might be pressed?
I see. Ooh, I saw a number come up. And then it disappeared. I think they're really close. Everybody just take some deep breaths. Shall I show the number on the screen? Is that what you're asking? Just a moment, Madam Chair. Maybe if I can bring it up on the screen, they can see more easily how to
Get in,
how to call in.
Man, you guys can type in the Q&A function. You're not Lucy, are you? I see there's a Lucy with their hand raised. Are you signed? They're signed in as Lucy, Lisa. So if you could promote Lucy from the attendees. The game of charades.
Okay.
All right, Lucy, are you audible? Oh, like almost heard you.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Well, yes, with a little screech in the background.
There. How's that?
Okay. Are we good? Wait, let me get video.
We're good.
Okay, now we have.
You're good.
We're good. I had to mute your original screen so that
I did too. Okay. Sorry about that.
You're good. I think you're good now.
I had to borrow my
Okay,
daughter.
I think that they are going to have to get sworn in, applicants.
Yes. Yes. Are you both going to speak?
Yes.
Okay, so I will swear both of you in. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. When you speak, please state your full name and address for the record.
Lyra Parker, 1169 East Alameda Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501.
Thank
Nathan
you.
Martin. 1169 East Alameda, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. Whoa, finally got this on the road. You have the floor, applicant. So is there anything else that you want to add to Daniel's report? If not, some of the members have questions.
Yeah, I can answer some of the questions, I think.
Okay, go ahead.
The solar shades are 2.5 feet wide and run the length of the building on that where they are.
Only on
Okay.
And I think it fits that error of that when this building was built. It's not trying to fit a old Adobe building. So I think it looks good. It's efficient, and it's gonna save on our energy bill, and it's an upgrade. It's drawn correctly on the east and west elevations. That part didn't change. The only part that changed is it's longer to make it symmetrical, and the window is larger and also centered to make it symmetrical. The stucco color has changed to go darker. The windows have gotten darker. All the windows and stucco in the house are all going to match. And there are windows in the garage, and I'm not sure why those aren't drawn in there. It was challenging to work with our architect to get all this stuff done in time for this hearing. But there are small windows, square windows on the garage doors.
Okay, thank you. Member Guida, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I certainly applaud the use of solar shades on the project. I think what I'm confused about is how they're drawn. So on the south elevation, I think what I'm seeing is a flat plane that is suspended, that has maybe
Yeah.
anchors going back at an angle above the flat plane to the vertical wall.
Daniel, could you put up the south elevation? Sorry for the interruption.
You're correct. That's right.
Okay. And what's that vertical plane, or what's that horizontal plane made of? Is it
Like
does it have a
2.5
thickness?
square metal.
It'll be weathered.
I'm sorry, it's square metal?
Yeah, it'll all be welded with square metal with flat metal on top to keep it an older look to it. No corrugated metal. And then it's going to be slightly weathered and then sealed. So it'll give a old kind of blackish, slightly rusted look.
Okay, so this will be a relatively thin plane with a very slightly sloped, more or less flat top in metal.
Exactly, yeah, you got it.
And there's a different approach for the portal that's to the right of the kitchen on the south elevation.
That's the existing portal that's there.
Yeah.
Got it.
And that's an actual like 8-foot covered patio.
And that's not changing.
That's not changing, correct.
Cool. So the only thing we're missing in these drawings then are the windows in the garage door.
As far as I can tell, yes. I thought they were in there. I'm not sure what happened.
Been on a new drawing. I wonder if the drawings got mixed up from the last submission. I don't know. There may have also been miscommunication because we took out all the divided lights on the front of the house. So
they're not on the new drawings that you submitted.
Okay, like I said, there may have been confusion since we eradicated all of the divided light windows on the front of the house. She may have pulled those out and we just didn't notice.
Can you indicate to us what those windows will look like on the garage?
Yeah, if you give me 1 second, I'll show you.
It's they're Martin doors, Martin garage doors. So I think Nate's grabbing a picture. I can show you the design.
Thank you. Member Guida, did you have any other questions? Other questions? And in the meantime, other board members, do you have questions or have they been answered?
Like an actual picture.
Member Larson?
I just wanted to thank you for your redesign. I think that you've done a really excellent job. And I know that I really appreciate you taking our comments into consideration. And
You go to the other camera.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can you see the red
Sorry,
circle?
Larson, for interrupting. Okay, it's hard for me to decipher.
Which one is that here? Can we see that?
We don't
So
have it.
The top panel is essentially divided into two windows.
Okay, thank you. Member Larson, sorry for the interruption. You do have the floor.
no worries. Yeah, just wanted to say thank you for taking our comments into consideration and creating more of a sensitive design approach. I know that I really appreciate it, and you know, this is an important house, an important design, and I think that you've done well. Thank you.
Thank you for appreciating it.
Thank you, Member Larson. Anybody else wishing to comment? Or I will ask for public comment. Stephanie Benenato has been sworn in. Yes, Stephanie.
Hello, thank you. I think that there's been significant changes. I like that the second floor, the passive solar design is actually clearer in the proposal. I like the symmetry of the doors and the windows on either side. I think it is a good design, and really it is a unique structure and isn't fitting in with a streetscape, but the question is, does it fit with itself? And I think that in fact it does, although it is significantly different than an early 1970s passive solar design. Thank you.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion at this time. Members of the board. Member Beachside.
Thank you. In case 2020-002171-HDRB at 1169 East Alameda Street, I move that to approve the application as submitted with the condition that the drawings be revised to show the windows on the garage doors prior to seeking a permit.
Thank you.
Mrs. Frank, and I would second.
Member Katz seconded. Any further discussion? Buddy?
Buddy, it's a friendly amendment. I think we always need to cover all the items that are being approved. So like a friendly amendment that we approve items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Member Beachside?
That is friendly, yes.
That's fine.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
Member Roybal?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion has been approved.
Thank you very much, and good luck with your project.
Thank you so much.
Next case is located at 633 Gomez Road, and the case number is 2020-002261. This is a contributing house, and Daniel, it is your case, so may we hear your report, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. 633 Gomez is a 1,045 square foot Spanish Pueblo Revival single-family house designated as contributing to the Don Gaspar Historic District. The existing building is 10 feet 0 inches in height. In case 2020-00-2011 HDRB, heard by the board on May 26, 2020, the board designated facades 1, 2, 7, and 8, excluding the windows as primary. There you see the primary facades. In case 2020-00-2042 HDRB, the applicant applied for an exception to construct a 300 square foot addition in front of the south primary facade, facades 1, 2, 7, and 8. This was denied by the board. The applicant now proposes the following. Item 1, construct a 156 square foot addition located on the non-primary north facade, number 4. This will contain a bathroom and a closet. It will be 10 foot high from the finished grade to the top of the parapet, which matches the height of the existing structure. The maximum allowable height is 15 feet 6 inches. It will have a flat roof, and the stucco will match the original, which is El Rey cementitious stucco colored La Morena. The west facade will contain one white wood French door with a 3x5 simulated divided light window pattern and an aluminum clad casement window and simulated divided lights colored white with wood lintels in Southwest's Roycroft bronze green. The north and east elevations of the proposed addition will have no openings. It will have one new canale on the east facade matching the existing. 4 light fixtures will be mounted on the walls, 2 on the west facade and 2 on the north facade. A light fixture spec sheet is provided with the packet. Item 2, a pergola to be constructed on the south side of the property, detached from the building 10 feet south of the primary facade, number 2. It will be 9 feet in height, constructed of 6x6 inch wood posts and beams and latias, and stained using a semi-transparent harbor mist color, which is a dark brown. It will have the same appearance as the other pergolas already on the property, which are pictured here. Item 3, next slide. Brick paving in a basket weave pattern colored Kenny brick red underneath and surrounding the pergola, matching the paving elsewhere on the property. Staff recommendation, staff recommends approval of the application as it complies with section 14-5.2 D and E. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Any questions for Daniel at this time? Member Katz, you have your hand up.
Well, I didn't realize I did. I have a question, but it would be for the applicant rather than for Daniel.
Okay, thank you, Member Katz. Okay, there appear not to be any questions for Daniel at this time. Applicant or applicants, would you kindly get sworn in?
And Robert J. is the applicant.
Okay.
Not sure what his.
Okay, Mr. J, please unmute your microphone. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, his mic is still muted. Mr. J, can he hear me? Can you unmute? There you go. Thank you.
Okay.
Would you swear him in?
Yes.
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. J.
Excuse me?
Thank you, Mr. J. You probably heard Daniel's report. Do you have anything to add to his report?
Okay. Yeah, we had the original, like Daniel explained, the primary facades were determined in May. We went back in June 14th. We were denied for the expansion addition on the south side. And it was recommended during that hearing by many of the board and Stephanie that we should maybe take a look and see if we could do the north side addition, which we did. It doesn't exactly take us where we want to go. We can't add an extra bedroom, but at least we get an ensuite bathroom, which is that we would really need for our home. And basically that's about it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. J. I think Mr. Katz had a question or comment. Yes, Member Katz.
I do. I very much appreciate your redesign. I hope it will turn out satisfactory for you. I have a question about the pergola. I'm looking at page 23, which is the proposed south elevation. And what I notice is that the pergola is a little bit longer than the the room that it is in front of. And so the window is not, it isn't symmetrical with the window, and it sort of half blocks the doorway. And I was wondering if you would consider shortening it a foot or two and having it so that it would be symmetrical on that window.
Well, I could just change the post location.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but if he changes the post locations, he can move the, so he wouldn't
I'm
block
not
the door.
sure how that would make that symmetrical.
I could still make it symmetrical. I just have to, either what I do, I remove a post or add an additional post, whatever, to be able to not block the window. But I'm 10 feet away, and I thought that was a requirement, and I didn't think that a post would affect the approval process. But I can, I can rearrange the post. That's not a problem.
Well, yeah, it's hard to know how it would be arranged. Now, you're right that it is, my concern is merely a suggestion. It is far enough from the primary facade, so it's certainly not blocking it, and I think you're okay there. It's just as a matter of standing in front of the house to sort of have it not symmetrical and partially blocking the window and partially blocking the doorway seems less than ideal, but you don't have to be ideal.
Well, basically, I have a 6-foot-high wall around the whole property. So really, that wall blocks the window more than this pergola. Because on the street, if you walk by, it's over 6 feet high in some areas. You can't even see it. You only see the top of the window.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? It appears no other questions. Let me see if anyone from the public wishes to comment. It's Stephanie Benato. Yes, Stephanie.
Thank you. I want to just say, Mr. J, that I really appreciate the work you've done to make these changes and to preserve the primary facades of this house. And I really do also appreciate that you did put the pergola 10 feet away from a primary facade. So again, I thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. No other comments from the public. I will entertain a motion. Member Katz, you have your hand up.
Yes, I would move to approve the application as submitted in this case.
Lynn seconds.
Was that Member Larson?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Larson seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Yes. Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
Member Roybal?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And Mr. J, good luck with your project, and thank you for complying with the.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good evening and happy Bastille Day.
Oh, thank you, and same to you. Next case is located at 455 Amado Street. This is case 2020-002241. And this is for a historic status review. And this is Angela's case. May we hear your report, Angela?
Yes, thank you. If you bear with me, I have a technical difficulty that I'm afraid will mean that you won't be able to hear me.
Madam Chair, may I ask that the applicant raise his hand so that I move him to the panel while Angela is working on that? Thank you.
Yes, I believe the applicant has. Okay, whenever you're ready, Angela, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for this delay.
Would it help, Angela, for me to read your staff report into the record and then you can stand for questions?
Do you mind doing that? If you don't
I don't
mind,
mind.
I appreciate it. Okay, thank
I don't
you.
mind at all. Sure thing.
Actually, no, I'm able to do it. I think this is gonna
Okay.
be quick. Thank you, though.
Great.
Okay, so for case number 2020-002241 at 4455 Amato, the applicant has requested that we designate its historic status. This property is a Pueblo Spanish Revival style residence. It is tan, wall dominated with a flat roof, exposed wooden vigas, corbels, and beams. The entryway and portales are painted white, consistent with many other homes, forms, and styles in the Westside Guadalupe district, particularly on this street. Based on the applicant's letter, which is the architectural history in the packet, the owner's great-grandfather built the home in the 1940s and added on in the 1970s. The addition is located at the rear of the property on the east. If you go to the next slide, I think it will capture that. Yeah. And its scale, design, and finishes match the main house so that it reads like one house. We can go back to, yeah, that's fine. The applicant is before the board for a historic status determination. The historic survey from 1985 does not indicate its historic status. Staff finds that the house contributes to the historic character of the district and adds to and is part of historical architectural design qualities that define this district. Based on the date of the addition and its compatibility with the main house, staff's opinion is the house retains its historic integrity. Recently, the owner began replacing windows and restuccoing, which was halted until a historic status could be determined. Can we go to the next slide that shows more of that south facade? I think and then keep going, I think. Oh, I guess go back to the south facade, please. Right there. The window replacements were on the property, and the applicant believes that his aunt intended to replace windows in the back storage addition. The owner knows of no other alterations or repairs. Despite alterations that the applicant's already made, staff finds the structure retains its historic form and features that maintain its integrity and continues to contribute to the Westside Guadalupe district. Staff considers the front, which is the west that we're looking at right now, and the south side of the house primary facades. So staff believes the house at 455 Amato retains its historic character, features, and siding, and recommends that it be designated historically contributing for 14-12 contributing structure. Staff recommends that the west and south facades be designated primary for 14-2 primary facade. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Angela. So you are recommending the west and the south facades as primary. Have any changes occurred to either one of these facades?
Yes, Chair Rios, nothing has changed at the front, the west facade, but as we turn to the right and go south and we see the south facade, you can see that the change there involved replacing a window and beginning to restucco. And if we can go further, the south facade continues as a connector to the back of the house, which is the carport and addition. And I am viewing the entire south facade, one facade.
Okay, what we are seeing right here is what you are also recommending as primary?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Roybal.
That new window that was added, it seems by looking at the other windows that should be a divided light window. Do you agree on staff about the change that occurred in it? And if they can add divided, I think it might look better. It just doesn't look right without divided lights.
I do want to interject something here, and that is that We are not looking for remodeling changes. We have to simply address the historic status. So whatever is existing, that's what we are looking now. If the applicant in the future comes to the board, then with changes, that's what we will have to address at that time.
I agree, but these changes, weren't there changes made without approval?
Yeah, that's correct. Angela, I will ask the question, I guess, kind of in reference to what Buddy's saying. Do you know the type of windows that were there that were there prior to the windows that were put in?
Chair Rios, Member Roybal, I do not. I would surmise, but that's what I would be doing, is that they are divided lights, double hung. But the applicant's present for this meeting, and
yeah, we can ask the applicant, but again,
that
yes, maybe perhaps that is a pertinent question. Member Guida.
Thank you. My question, Angela, is related to the one that Buddy raised. How do we proceed in light of the fact that there has been this change on the south facade that might be considered primary? I'm looking at a Google Street View photograph right now of a double hung window with divided light. It's much narrower than what's in this photo here. So we have documentation of what's there. How would you recommend that we frame a recommendation?
Member Guida, this case is being heard on its own tonight to determine the status and the primary facades. And it's up to the applicant how he would like to proceed with respect to finishing the job. And I think the mechanism would be a board case, considering it depends on what the designation tonight is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions, board members, at this time for Angela? Let's see, let me see. Applicant or applicants, please get sworn in.
Hello.
Hi, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
It is John Murphy, 619 West Alameda, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Murphy. Can you tell us anything more about this project, and do you agree with the evaluation of staff that this should be a contributing building?
Yes, I believe so. Just another note, there is a plan to follow up with, because we were red tagged and that's what began the process, but we will eventually get to the next board review for the changes that we made.
Okay. Thank you. Let me see if any board members have questions. Member Rita, do you have a question for the applicant, Member Guida? No. Let me see if anybody else does. It appears that board members do not have any questions for you at this time. I will ask for public comment. Stephanie Benanato. Stephanie, you have your hand up. Did you want to comment on this case? It appears not. I will entertain a motion. Motion, members. Member Beachside.
Thank you. In
Madam Chair,
case,
I think that maybe there is a technical difficulty. I apologize for cutting you off, Member Beachside, but I think Ms. Benanato may want to speak and was just having trouble before we.
Hang on, Member Beachside. Yes, Stephanie. Stephanie, are you having an issue? We can't hear you.
I've enabled her to speak, so the problem is likely on her end.
Okay, now she's. Stephanie, did you want to speak in reference to this project? You are unmuted now. If you're talking, we are having a problem hearing you.
Yeah, I don't know why we can't hear you now, Stephanie.
Let's see, signing out and signing back in, potentially. Or typing a comment in the chat or Q&A.
Okay, we'll give her a minute.
Stephanie, if you'd like to type your comment into the question and answer window, I'd be happy to read it aloud.
Is she doing that, Lisa?
No, Madam Chair.
Let's go on.
Stephanie, we cannot,
I think
we
we've
cannot
given
hear you. I'm gonna have
full
to,
opportunity.
I don't know, there's a problem there, I think.
Ms. Benenato has added a comment in the Q&A.
Okay, somebody can read it into the record.
Ms. Benenato says, I was typing in chat, which I don't appear to have access to. There is no facade number 6, she says. There is facade number 6 is the north facade.
Oh, I did not understand her comment, but that was her comment.
There's one additional note here too. I don't know.
Her comment was there is no facade number 6. I was clarifying that number 6 is the north facade. She also says, I appreciate the facades being suggested and would suggest number 3 as well.
Okay, thank you. Member Beachside, you have the floor. You were in the middle of starting your motion.
Yes, I'm ready to make a motion.
Yes.
In case number 2020-002241 HDRB at 455 Amato Street, I recommend adopting staff's recommendation. I move to adopt staff's recommendation to designate this property as contributing, with facades number 1 representing the west facade, and facades number 2, 3, and 4 capturing the south facade.
Thank you. Member Roybal?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Member Guida?
As a friendly amendment, I would like the record to note that the window in facade 2 is excluded from this, and that the board would recognize that this is a recent replacement of a narrower double hung window with divided lights.
Yes, I accept that as friendly.
Yes, thank you very much for the amendment. And may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
Member Roybal.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion has been approved.
Very much. We'll move on to the next case, which is located at 512 Alameda Street. And the case number is 2020-002251. Historic status of the building is non-contributing and significant. Angela, this is your case. May we hear your report, please?
Yes, Chair Rios and the board. As stated, 512 Abeta is a northern New Mexico vernacular house built in the 1880s and designated historically significant. It's also described as noteworthy in the New Mexico Historic Building Inventory resurvey to the downtown and Eastside Historic District. The house fronts Abeta Street, and that's the image you see right there. with a courtyard and low rock wall. Its main entrance is on the north facade and a driveway sits to the north. A second house, 512 and a half, was constructed in 2008 behind and west of the historically significant house. This previous case was H-06-067. It has undergone minor alterations. The front and courtyard entry doors are not historic. Coyote fencing was added atop the low rock wall. If we could go back to that first photograph, it's like it makes sense what I'm saying. There we go. That's the courtyard with a gap of shorter fence near the courtyard gate. So you can, if you can see it, the gate and then the coyote fence rises up and then it drops back down. Yes, thank you. The applicant proposes interior and maintenance alterations to both the main house and rear house that were recently approved administratively by staff. The applicant proposes the following exterior alterations to the significant structure. One, a carport. So that's the site. We could go, well, maybe we should speak from the floor plan. The proposed freestanding carport will have 10 feet wooden columns, stained heavy timber with metal galvanized standing seam roof within the allowable height of the streetscape. Door replacement and window repair. The applicant proposes to replace the non-historic entry doors on the north facade, which is being used as the entrance, and the courtyard entry door on the east facade, inside the courtyard, and repair and paint existing windows. No changes in window or door openings are proposed. The applicant proposes to replace the street-facing non-historic courtyard gate with coyote fencing and raise the fence height to match existing at 4 feet 6 inches, which is the maximum allowable height for fences and walls in this streetscape. So if we could go back to the image with, well, that's the south facade. Back to the first photograph that shows the front of the house, so that this will be in better context. Yeah, that is the elevation. That's the existing that she's in, and then below is proposed. Staff believes the current configuration came about from an earlier historic preservation case to provide privacy while maintaining a relationship between the courtyard and the streetscape. A narrow one-way street, Abeta Street, is characterized by few, mostly low masonry yard walls and coyote fencing in places. Staff believes that a defining feature of this historic streetscape is the close proximity of the dwellings and the lack of or few low rock yard walls. One suggested alternative is to level out the coyote fencing at 4 feet 6 inches from south of the gate to the sidewall for visual continuity. Regarding fencing on the south side of the house, the applicant proposes to remove, relocate, and increase the height of the coyote fence on the south side of the house to 6 feet. The applicant has removed a section of the coyote fence that bisects an interior courtyard between the houses 512 and 512 and a half. If we could go back to the photo that shows the south facade, you'll see. Keep going. Okay, so you could actually go back to that previous image, Lisa. Thank you. So you see the main house, the significant house is in the front of the image, and the recent constructed house is in the rear, and that's a courtyard in between the two of those. And one of the pictures shows a fence between those courtyards. That fence has been removed. The applicant wishes to construct a 6 feet coyote fence connecting the rear fencing along the southern property line up to the significant house's southwest corner. So we could go back to the elevation at this point. to show the existing and proposed for this facade. And there we have it. When the proposed side yard fence's location, the side yard fence's location does not meet the publicly visible standard and is therefore allowed, most of the street's side yard walls and fences fall within the home's view shed. The applicant also proposes to construct a detached trellis on the south side, the rear of the non-contributing structure. The construction of the trellis is stained timber with wooden 10-inch diameter Viga columns with metal galvanized flashing. Staff believes the trellis will be out of public view. And then stucco repair will take place with color code of El Rey Adobe. In sum, staff recommends approval of the application as compliant with section 14-5.2D, the general design standards for all historic districts, 14-5.2 D9, yard wall height, pitch, scale, massing, and floor step backs, 14-5.2 D5, windows and doors, and section 14-5.2 E, downtown and Eastside design standards. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you, Angela. Member Katz.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question about the east facade, actually in the south facade. Page 29 is the part of the east facade, and I'm not quite clear what is being proposed in that southeast courtyard area.
Member Katz, the east side is the front of the house where the courtyard is. They are proposing, that's the existing configuration. So it's like a missing tooth.
Right.
And if you go straight down to the proposed, the applicant is proposing to replace that gate in its non-historic with coyote fencing and continue the fence line across to be consistent.
Okay,
that's what he's proposing.
Right. The drawing we have for the proposed is pretty much identical to what the current is, with the gate being replaced by a coyote fence that high.
Correct.
Also looking on the south facade on page 28, it looks as though the coyote fence on that southeast courtyard is being raised, and there's no mention of that anyplace.
Could we go to the south elevation, please? Okay, the top was the existing condition. The two homes being separated by that courtyard where you see a coyote fence that's 6 feet tall. That fence has been removed, and what the applicant would like to do is continue the fence from the rear all the way to the west, the southwest corner of the significant structure, so that it's 6 feet across.
I understand that. I was talking about the rest of the coyote fence on the southeast corner.
Southeast, oh, that exists. For some reason I have you guys, I need to change where you are. I can't see the drawing.
It shows it as taller. Is it meant to, is that going to not change?
That is not changing, Member Katz. That is existing, the coyote fence on that east corner.
You see how I am saying that the drawing shows it as proposed being taller? Look on.
Are you referring? Excuse me.
Yeah, page 28, the top 2. The coyote fence on the southeast corner is taller in the proposed than in the current, in the existing.
Madam Chair, Member Katz, I do see what you're referring to, that the top of the Latias seems to go over the header for that doorway that goes out to that southeast courtyard in the proposed elevation on the south. See how it's on the screen? You can see the existing goes right to the middle of the header. The proposed seems to go above the header.
I'm also a little puzzled by, I thought that the coyote fence in the front on the east side was supposed to be 4 foot 6 inches.
Member Katz, that's correct. That's the maximum allowable height.
I'm looking at the drawing of the existing east elevation.
Yes.
And it shows the height of the building at 11 feet, and the coyote fence, I would say, is a good almost 3/4 of that height. I don't understand. It doesn't look as though that's a 4 foot 6 inch coyote fence.
Excuse me, Member Katz. It is I will say this is a difficult case to wrap our heads around, and that front elevation with the courtyard and the wall being what it is pretty unorthodox. Originally, the low rock wall is the historic wall. I am guessing that in a previous case, the yard wall was not the yard wall, but fencing, coyote fencing was added along the top, likely for privacy, and they had to leave a chunk out because of streetscape and maybe allowable height. I can't speak to that, but that's that's how I see it getting to this condition. With respect to the drawings, I would like to invite the applicant to speak to this. He can explain exactly what he has done and is proposing, and describe it in a way that should sort this out for all of us. The 4 feet 6 is the maximum allowable height of yard walls in that streetscape, and that gate is below 4 feet 6, as is the missing tooth height of that coyote fence.
How high is that gate?
That gate is Ryan should be getting on, and he can answer these questions.
Ryan, save me.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me? Do I need to be sworn in?
You have to get sworn in, and we're not quite ready for you, sir. Hold on a minute. Member Katz, did you finish with your questions?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Guida.
Thank you. I share Member Katz's concern about the fence at the southeast corner. The drawings don't match the photograph that started the case, nor do they match what's available publicly in Google Street View. So I'm very curious about what's being proposed here. Angela, was there a case previously that was about a coyote fence at this corner? Maybe even that received administrative approval from staff?
Member Guida, I was unable to find that research or what happened there. So
thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Beachside.
Thank you. I'm confused because the drawings I have in my packet are not matching what I'm seeing on the screen.
Yeah.
Is there has there been a subsequent submittal, or so I can point out the differences if that helps.
Now, would you please, Member Beachside?
Sure. What we're seeing here, the proposed west and the proposed east elevations are different from what's in our packet. The west seems to show, the west in our packet shows some windows under that carport. It shows it doesn't show this greenhouse looking thing on the right-hand side. The east elevation, as Member Katz pointed out, the left-hand side of the drawing, the coyote fence is drawn differently and retains that gap. The windows aren't shown on the right-hand side. there's differences on the south elevation as well.
Member Beachside.
Do you see that?
Yes, and in working with the applicant in the process of getting the first set of drawings, revised drawings, and I suspect that's why you're seeing a difference in the two. And again, I want to turn this over to the applicant to explain that in particular.
Thank you, Angela. Let me see if there's any other questions for you. It appears there are not. I do want to make a comment, and that is that we're probably all familiar with Abeta Street, which of course is a very narrow street. So I would be very careful about extending on the east elevation. That is the face, that faces the street, for a coyote fence or any type of wall or fence to go up very high. It will create a canyon effect, and I don't think we want that. Those houses have always had low walls. Later on, perhaps higher walls went up, but I can guarantee you my grandma lived on that street, and I still have a relative that lives on that street, and those were either zero fences or very low fences. So I think that's something important that we should keep in mind. With that being said, I will ask the applicant to get sworn in.
I'm here.
Sir?
Hello?
Hi. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Ryan Leighton Allen, 2395 Camino Pintores, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Mr. Allen, excuse me, you have the floor. And there are some discrepancies in the drawings that were submitted that we have in our packet as opposed to what we're seeing up on the screen.
Yeah.
And there were numerous questions which I believe will be readdressed to you. You have the floor at this time. And so what do you have to tell us about your project?
Well, I want to apologize. The drawings that you guys are looking at here on the screen that went on the agenda is not probably, I don't see what's in your packet, but there was a revision that took care of these very items that you guys are concerned about. Particularly the fence on the southeast, we were going to leave it the way it is. We're not going to touch that. After a discussion, we felt like that the fence the way it was, so we don't intend to raise any of the coyote fence. If it's showing the coyote fence in a different height along the elevation, along the south elevation, that's just a drawing error. The fence is not being touched. That's not being used. In terms of the fence that's furthermore along the south elevation that's being added to encompass the property line, it would be a fence that would be no greater than 6 feet, and it's 20 feet beyond the property line of Abeta Street, and we are very considerate of that. So I'm really apologize. I'm like looking at this like, oh my God, they don't have the right drawings up here, and there's no greenhouse. We're not doing that. So maybe what you have in your package is the real one, but what's being showed on the screen here is old drawings.
Okay, would you indicate to us what your proposal is in terms of the fence for the east elevation, the street facing facade? What the height of that?
We want to leave it the way it is. Yes, we'd like to just leave it the way it is.
Oh,
and the only thing we would change is there's a gate that it looks like somebody got from, I would say, Jackalope or something, and they want to continue that as a 4'6" fence, a coyote gate.
Okay, so that's the only change that's gonna take place. You're removing that gate and wanting to put a fence in place of the gate.
Yeah, like a coyote style gate that's only 4'6", so it'll go up and down. So it's, we just wanted to have a gate there.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask board members if their questions were all answered. Board members, have your questions been answered? Member Katz?
Yes. So the graphic we're being shown on the screen, the third one down on the left, that's what it's going to look like?
Yes, that's what it'll look like, and then replace that gate with a coyote fence. I'm hoping that you guys have that in your drawing pack, but what's being showed on the screen is different.
Yes, we do have it in our packet.
Okay. You can imagine what I was thinking. I saw these, I was like, oh.
Okay. Mr. Katz, did you have anything further?
No, thank you. Appreciate it.
Member Guida?
I just want to clarify that, what's on the screen is incorrect, and it's also incorrect in our packet. So the east elevate, the fence on the east elevation is not matching what the applicant is said they're proposing. And as well, I think on the south elevation, south of the south property line, we're not seeing a new fence that's 4'6" and then jumping up to 6 feet. At least I'm not at this time.
Okay.
May I attempt to clarify, Madam Chair? I do believe the drawings that are in the packet are the correct drawings. If you look at the east elevation in your packet on page 29, you see that the existing east elevation with regards to that fence and the gate is the same, except that the gate is changed on the proposed.
Yes, let's see.
Right, but we're also seeing in that southeast corner bits of fence that are apparently about 9 feet tall.
Yeah, and the southeast corner, they are not going to touch that, correct? Mr. Allen?
That's correct. We're not touching that fence.
How tall is that fence now?
I want to say it varies. It's probably anywhere from 7 to sometimes 8 feet could be.
So this is Sally. I pulled the packet that I had saved on the website and pulled up to page 28. This is, I believe, what should be in your packets, just if that's helpful. So we're all on the same quote unquote page. I can stop sharing this if it's not helpful. I just wanted to pull that up because I had it.
Thank you, Sally.
Unfortunately, guys, the final revisions I have in front of me, so I know what was submitted, so I can look at them here, but I wouldn't know what page they would be. But I'm more than happy to answer any questions. But unfortunately, I think these drawings are a little bit, obviously misdirecting that are on the screen.
The packet, the drawings that are in the packet are the revised drawings that you submitted.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Okay, let me see. Member Guida, did you have further questions?
Yeah, so I remain concerned that, what's being represented in the drawing as existing conditions is not existing. Doesn't match the photographs that are at the beginning of the packet, nor do they match the recent Google Street View, which has no fence whatsoever in this location. So, for me, I think, the reason why we ask for drawings is so that we don't have to just talk about what's being proposed, so that we can see it. This board doesn't have the benefit of going out to the site to know exactly what the existing condition is under the current circumstances. But we need in the packet faithful representation to make a determination here. And so I know it's just a fence, but it's an important one. It's publicly visible, and there's such a wide discrepancy between the photographs in the packet, what's on Google Street View, and what's being drawn, that I wouldn't be able to approve this set of drawings.
I understand, Anthony. I'm sorry. This is Ryan.
Yes,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Mr. Allen, did you wish to respond to Mr. Guida?
Yes, I did. That street Google picture is very old. The clients bought this house in January, and then I was procured their services in January. So what you see in the drawings is what's on site when they purchased the project in January. So that Google image is well before the owners had bought the property.
Madam Chair, this Google image is from April 2014. And I want to add that regardless of when the owners purchased the property, if they purchased a property for which a permit was not legally obtained for that fence, then they have also purchased the liability for correcting that.
Absolutely. And the point being is that the drawings are an accurate representation, and in no way did we want to show what's not there. And I believe Angela has been to the site too. So what I show in the drawings is actually what was there and what was purchased by the property owners.
I believe that that's true. Madam Chair, I just want to point out though that if we do not have any evidence that the fence at the southeast courtyard was legally approved or built with a permit.
Thank you very much. Member Guida, are you done with your comments?
Just one last thing. I think then accordingly, any application like this should propose to fix what was not permitted in the first place. So that's something I would want to see.
Thank you, Member Guida. Member Katz.
Yeah, along those lines, I think that if 4'6" is the allowable height, I find it strange that it would have gotten taller. I think that we probably need to postpone this to give the staff an opportunity to find out whether anything was approved, either on the south facade of that courtyard or the east side of that courtyard. And
I can tell you right now, it was not.
Yeah, and then, so I mean, when you say that the height limit is 4'6", would that be just the facade, the east facade or the east side of that courtyard, or would it also be the limit for the south side of that courtyard?
Member Katz, the streetscape wall height average is 4 feet 6 inches. According to the code, that 4 feet 6 allowable height extends for 20 feet from the front of what we're seeing right there, the east facade along the south elevation.
Okay, thank you. That's very, very helpful. Thank you, Angela. I think that it needs to go back for redesign so we know what we're talking about. But there may be other comments that people will have on other parts. I know I have one on one other part.
Let's see. Thank you, Member Katz. Member Guida?
Yes, thank you. So I just had, there was a little bit of confusion I had about the description of the carport that's publicly visible. In the staff report, there's something is written up as columns being 10 feet. That doesn't square with the drawings. If that's referring to height, maybe they're 10 inches in diameter.
That's
columns.
Correct. That's correct. They're 10 inches in diameter.
Okay, and what are the columns?
They're Vigo wood. It'd be an open wood trellis, wood stained, standing metal seam roof, exposed wood beams.
Okay. And do we see carports on the street?
Yes, there's a carport across the street. They have one just across the street.
Okay. I mean, you'll have to forgive me. I mean, this
It's okay.
This is a pet peeve of mine on other projects in the historic district. That that the construction of a carport structure with this kind of faux detail seems very curious to me. And I appreciate the functional accommodation that people would like, but this structure is highly visible. I'm less concerned about the pergola or shade structure that's behind the newer residence, because we don't see that. But we're, you know, we don't allow so much in our code, and yet this is a very funny thing for me that seems to happen. You know, we don't allow so much contemporary expression or new architecture or anything that contrasts, but we're perfectly happy to park a, you know, a late model car under a structure that kind of looks like a portal but isn't. And so this is, you know, more of a point for the broader point for the board. But you know, particularly in this location, particularly on the street, I'm a bit concerned about the appearance of a carport.
Thank you, Mr. Rita, for your comments. Member Katz, did you have something further? You still have your hand up?
I do, because I have a question about the carport also. I mean, looking at the east facade with the carport added, it jars to me that it tilts to the right rather than to the back. So it looks like it seems out of square with the rest of the house. If it drained towards the back rather than towards the side, then it would appear to be, at least from the street, to be flat rather than slightly tilted.
Thank
Is
you.
that a possibility?
Were you expecting a answer from Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Yes, I'm here. So yeah, it's really supposed to be a flat, but obviously it's a function of using the side yard. There's a 5-foot setback. So we're using the 5-foot setback to begin the portal. And then along that edge, along the backside of the property, there's a fair jag of drainage work that utilizes the side yard. So the angle is per foot, which is minimum per code, but just a little bit more. Use the standing seam and use that setback. And also, you know, we didn't want to be right on that front like you're talking about. So if you look at the setback for the carport, we pushed it almost as far back as we could for that, and gave it more than 20 feet for that area. So, you know, we were trying to be cognizant of that. So the function of that, it's really supposed to be flat, but we all know that we need to move some water. And the idea of that pitch was to catch that water, also use it in rain and harvest, and use that, what we'd call the north section of the property in terms of planning. Utilize what's there. Yeah.
Let me reframe my question. I know you have to have the roof slant to some extent to take care of the water. Is there any reason why it can't slant to the west rather than to the north?
We could do it. We could still move it to the side.
No. You don't have to move it at all. Just the roof. Just
sure.
So that when you're looking at it, you don't see a slant. You see it. It looks like a flat roof.
Sure. No, we can entertain that idea. It's not a problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is anything further, Member Katz?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Member Beachside.
Thank you. I just wanted to put in my 2 cents about the carport. I feel much the way that Member Guida does. And this is a significant house, which means that every facade of 512 is considered primary. This carport does change the appearance of the east facade. And I'm not sure if the absence of the windows is a drawing error or not, but it really does change the look of the facade from that view. And so I would not be in favor of approving something that obscures a primary facade in this way.
Thank you, Member Beachside. Any other questions or comments? If not, I will look for public comment at this time. Let me see if there's any. Stephanie Benenato.
Here we go.
Yep.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I'm happy that you are looking at those fences, especially that 6-foot or higher fence. And a lot of it looks just like it's straight across cut. And again, I'm appreciating that you're looking at that. I appreciate that you want accurate drawings. And also the carport for me was a concern, given that it is a significant structure. So I'm happy that board members are bringing that up as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board members, if there are no further questions or comments, I will entertain a motion. Member Katz.
Yes, in this case, I would move to postpone to a date certain for redesign and redrawings for both the carport or the non-carport. I don't know what the board would want to do ultimately with the carport, but also with the fence that surrounds that southeast courtyard.
Thank you. Is there a second? Member Guida.
I will second that motion, and with a friendly amendment that I would state that my preference is for no carport in the redesign.
Thank you. Are there any other amendments or further discussion? If not, and I will ask Lisa if we have to have a date certain, or can the applicant just work with you? Angela or Lisa?
The applicant may decide a date certain would be July 28th. That means the applicant would have to bring in revised drawings fairly quickly. I would think.
Well, why don't we leave it up to the applicant and to, let's see what he can do. If you can get the guidance from staff applicant, and you'd have to have it ready for the next meeting, which is July the 28th. Yes, Sally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say that if the applicant wanted to preserve that option for July 28th, we should go ahead and postpone to that date certain, and we can always just postpone again from that agenda if the applicant's not ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Allen, do you think that you can be ready for July the 28th?
I will discuss with my client. So at this moment, I'm going to say yes. We'll be ready.
Okay, for a date certain, and if things aren't ready, then they have to postpone it for the following. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenu?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson? Member Larson?
Yes.
Member Roybal?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. And we'll see you whenever we see you, Mr. Allen. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next case is located at 558 Garcia Street. This is 2020-002253. This is a non-contributing house, and the person giving this report is Lisa. Lisa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just searching for the applicant to move him to the panel.
Okay.
Would you please raise your hand, applicant? Thank you. So, Madam Chair, members of the board, 558 Garcia Street is a single family residence listed as non-contributing to the downtown and Eastside Historic District. The main residence was constructed at an unknown date in a simplified Spanish Pueblo style. An unstatused, presumably non-historic accessory structure or studio and shed sit at the southwest corner of the lot, which itself is situated at the end of a long private drive off of Garcia Street. The property has no public visibility. Records were difficult to locate for this property as the addressing has likely changed over the years. However, the main residence and accessory structures appear to be in good condition and have been recently updated. Now the applicant proposes to construct a freestanding accessory structure or study to be located at the rear southwest corner of the property behind an existing high yard wall with pedestrian gate. The proposed 11-foot, 6-inch high 134 square foot study is designed in Spanish Pueblo Revival style. A simple stuccoed massing, a wooden door at the east elevation paired with a 6-light window beneath an exposed wooden header. A new gateway and stuccoed buttress extends off the northeast corner of the proposed structure, featuring wooden beams, latina roof details, and copper roof. 2 glass block windows are featured high on the south elevation. Sorry, I keep losing my place. Along with a copper-lined canale with downspout. The north elevation features exposed vigas with copper caps and a trio of 3 light windows molded together beneath an exposed wooden header. Stucco will be El Rey cementitious La Luz. Windows will be painted in an off-white exterior. Exterior downlighting will be inset into the alcove ceiling area outside the entrance door of the proposed gateway. A mini split HVAC condenser will be ground mounted just southwest of the proposed structure, and a flagstone walkway will lead to the front door. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D and E. And I stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Members, any questions for Lisa at this time? Member Guida.
Thank you. Lisa, quick question. The other structures in the yard remain in this proposal?
Yes, there would be no demolition. The studio, as you can see, is over here. The main house is here. The new study would be situated here. It has preliminary zoning review. So you see the shed, the studio. This would be the new study. Again, it's 134 square feet, very small. And then this is the main residence. And I could not find records of this residence, as I said, because I believe it's an addressing issue, that our records are just not, it's not clear what the addressing history of the property was. So I couldn't find any additional information at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members, for Lisa at this time? Appears not. I will ask the applicant to get sworn in, please.
Yes. Who is the applicant? Is it Mr. Horn?
James Horn.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Horn, please raise your right hand. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
James Horn, 1334 Pacheco Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horn, you heard Lisa's report. Did you have anything else to add to your application?
Well, I just want to point out that we're working for the clients and they want to have a small reading area in the backyard. So this is kind of a library space that they can escape from the house.
Thank you. And Mr. Horn, this proposed new study will complement the existing home in terms of the architectural style?
Yeah, we think it will. It's kind of working with what's there. The stucco color is the same. The window colors are the same. A lot of the features are going in. So.
Thank you. And you agree with Lisa that none of this is publicly visible?
Right.
Thank you. Member Guida. Member,
I don't have anything.
did you have a question? No? Member Katz.
Yes, my question is, how tall is the main house? Is this shorter than the main house?
This is shorter than the main house, yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, any other questions, board members? It appears none at this time. I will ask if there is someone wishing to comment. We have Bill Sauter, and Mr. Sauter, you'll have to get sworn in. Mr. Sauter, are you there?
I'm having trouble allowing him to talk for some reason.
Pardon?
Oh,
For what it's worth, Lisa, I see that he's on here 3 times, so I don't know if perhaps trying to allow in the other.
I'm getting a message that he's using an older version of Zoom, so I have to promote him to a panelist to be able to speak. So that's what I'll do right now.
In the meantime, I will give Stephanie Benenato, she has her hand raised. I will give.
Madam Chair, I believe he's available.
Now he's available, okay. Mr. Sauter, you need to get sworn in, and I cannot hear anything.
Mr. Sauter?
Oh,
Hello, can you hear me?
okay, now we can
Yes.
hear you. You will need to get sworn in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Unmute, Mr. Sauter. Mr.
Hello,
Sauter.
can you hear me now?
Yes, but you have
Okay.
muted yourself. So
So-
would you
Yeah.
repeat, Melissa?
Yes, Mr. Sauter, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
The address is 570 and a half East Garcia, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
And Mr. Sauter, you have the floor. What do you have to say in reference to this project?
Yes, and I apologize for not knowing the way that you do all these things, but we had an issue with this particular property. We don't know why it's being classified the way it is. This house was built in the 20s. Ever since Harry Sauter built the place, it's been here. He built the house in the late teens. That house was there. There was a porch that was built without a permit. We didn't say nothing. There was a pitched roof that was put on the shed. We didn't say anything at that time either. There's also a small storage shed on the other side of the pitched roof shed. And then they tried to build this little structure that you're talking about right now without a permit. We had to report that. It was red tag. They tried to tear it down, or they had to tear it down. The builder at that time tried to bribe us. So, the question is, A, it's a very old house. B, it's an eyesore to our property, as well as the people that walk down our driveway, which connects to Camino de las Animas. And it's so close to the other shed already. It's like, what are they trying to do? Make a mobile home casita park? It's not right what they're trying to put right there.
Thank you. And Mr. Sauter, before you leave, did I understand you to say the main house was built by a member of your family?
No, but it was there when he built it. So I don't know why they're saying that this house is newer than it is, because the way I understand the historic zoning, houses that are of a certain age get different, rights and regulations.
Madam Chair, if I may clarify.
Yes.
Age is only one of the criteria that's used to determine status. So even if the main original core of the house is historic, if there have been substantial changes to the house over time, such that original historic integrity is no longer intact, that may be a reason that the house may be listed as non-contributing. But in either case, the status of the house is not in question this evening, because this is a freestanding structure that is completely not publicly visible and does not impact the public visibility of the main house.
It is publicly visible, though.
It is not publicly visible because it is not visible from Garcia Street. It's at the end of a long private driveway.
Yeah, but the other private driveway that's next to our house connects with Camino de las Animas, and there's hundreds and hundreds of pedestrians that walk by there every day.
If visibility is tied to private property rights, which is a shared driveway or something of that sort, then it is not considered publicly visible. Public visibility is tied to a public street.
Yeah, but I mean, like I say, it's a postage stamp size piece of property, and now you want to add a fourth structure? That doesn't make sense.
Thank you, Mr. Sauter, for your comments. We have another person that wishes to comment, and that's Stephanie Benenato. Stephanie? You're muted, Stephanie. We cannot hear you. I think she's having problems this evening. We cannot hear her. Lisa, how do you want to handle this? Do you want her to type something out?
She could type either in the chat window or in the Q&A. She says she's muted. I do not see that you are muted. I have enabled all of the, anything that I can enable.
Yeah, Ms. Benenato does appear to be unmuted. I do see one comment in the comment bar. I don't know if that's with regard to this house. It says make your comments at public comments on this project. I don't know, Stephanie, if you want to type any additional comments about this project, we can certainly read them into the record. I don't know why we can't hear you again. Okay, she's requesting a moment.
Okay, sorry, everyone. We'll take a moment here.
It's a day of technical. It says, I think the setbacks are a problem. They're only 5 feet from a back lot line. To that, I would respond, we have had a preliminary zoning review of this proposal, and the current planning division has indicated it is an acceptable siting for this structure. That said, it will get reviewed again and permitted, and if that setback is in violation, then it will have to be corrected at that time.
And the proposal is 11 feet 6 inches, correct? And at 134 square feet.
That's correct. Stephanie also says the copper detailing is over the top. She also says it is an accessory unit, not an ADU. That's correct. It's an accessory unit.
Thank you.
That's what I state in my report.
Thank you very much. That appears to end the public comment. And let me see if board members have anything further to ask or to comment. Board members, do you have anything further to say? If not, I will entertain a motion. Board members, I do need a motion. Member Guida.
In case 2020-002253 HDRB 558 Garcia Street, I move that the board follow staff's recommendations and approve the project as submitted.
Is there a second to this motion?
Member Larson will second.
Member Larson seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachy.
Yes.
Member Benvenu.
Yes.
Member Guida.
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz.
Vice Chair Katz.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was muted.
Member Larson.
Yes.
Member Roybal.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And now we move to the last case on the agenda. Oh, Member Katz. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention to the neighbor who was concerned that there was a lot of stuff on this property is that there are rules that you can only put a certain number of square feet on a property, a certain percentage of the property, and those rules are being followed. So there's nothing that we could fault the owners on this. Thank you.
Thank you for making that comment, Member Katz. Member Guida, did you have something further?
Madam Chair, just one last note that I'm recusing myself from this last case.
Okay, let the record show that in case 2020-002194, located at 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca, in the Historic Review District, that Member Guida will not be participating in this case. He is recusing himself.
Thank you.
Lisa, this is your case, so may we hear the report, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just a moment. Madam Chair, members of the board, 1160 Camino de Cruz Blanca comprises the campus of St. John's College. On June 23rd, 2020, the applicant came before the HDRB to propose construction of a 75-foot tall monopine telecommunications tower on the campus. After discussing the merits of the project, the board requested additional information regarding alternative locations that were considered and to better demonstrate that the proposal represents the least obtrusive option to close the gap in cell coverage for the area. The applicant has provided extensive additional information, see Exhibits A through G, and comes before the board again for further discussion and approval of the proposed project. As described in the packet, the applicant worked with the executive board of St. John's College and explored the entire 250-acre campus, including the rooftops of all buildings, in order to determine 3 possible locations for the proposed tower. After meeting with several surrounding neighbors, a location next to the parking lot near the trailhead to Atalaya Mountain Trail was selected because of the density of trees and the good adjacent 6-foot high coyote fencing in order to blend into the surroundings as much as possible. The site was selected to maximize coverage for the campus as well as the surrounding neighborhoods while still being able to communicate with the nearest tower located at St. John's Methodist Church on Old Pecos Trail. The proposed tower will have antenna, which will be hidden by designed foliage, and ground equipment to be screened behind a proposed 6-foot high coyote fence to match an adjacent section of fencing. The purpose of the tower is to provide improved communications capability for emergency services and first responders, as well as enhanced personal wireless services in the surrounding area. Under Santa Fe City Code Section 14-6.2E, telecommunications facilities, the Historic Districts Review Board must review the telecommunications application for compliance with the design requirements of Section 14-5.2, which is the Historic Districts Ordinance, and relevant subsections of 14-6.2E, and to ensure that the applicant has, and I quote, demonstrated that no other less intrusive means or alternative to the proposed telecommunications facility siting is practicable. The applicant provides lengthy discussion in the packet regarding the decision-making process around the siting of the facility, which has been summarized above. In terms of the design standards of 14-5.2, staff has determined that the application is subject to the height limits and scale requirements as specified in 14-5.2 D9, and that the design of the structure must adhere as closely as practicable to the design standards of the Historic Review District. The maximum allowable height for the site is 16 feet. Because the proposed tower height of 75 feet exceeds this maximum allowable height for the site, a waiver is requested as specified in Section 14-6.2 E8C, and criteria and responses are provided below. And I just want to clarify again for the record that it is a waiver that's being requested per the specifications in 14-6.2E, not an exception, although many of the criteria for the waiver are also the normal exception criteria that the board reviews. And so with that, I will stand for questions. I will also introduce one of the senior planners from the current planning division, Dan Esquivel, who is working on working with the applicant to as he prepares his application for review with the Planning Commission, as 14-6.2 requires review by both both entities, both the Planning Commission and the Historic Districts Review Board. The HDRB application came in first, and so that's why this is happening at this time. But I would ask that Dan Esquivel be permitted to provide the board with an update as to some of the process of communication with the neighbors and other technical aspects that he is working on with the applicant.
Thank you. Lisa, questions for you. The maximum allowable height is 16 feet, correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, and to the very top of the tree, the applicant is indicating 75 feet, but to the very tip of the tree, is that actually 80 feet?
Madam Chair, that's going to be a question for the applicant. I see a proposed height of 75 feet.
Okay, I read somewhere in the packet that it was up to the, that it was 80 feet. Another question for you is, so the location of this proposal, do you drive in through the, since we cannot go on field trips, do we drive in through the parking lot where this is going to be located? Do you actually drive into the St. John's parking lot and then you see the trail to Atalaya Mountain? Is that where it's going to be located, to the right of the parking lot?
It would be to the east of the parking lot. Yes, Madam Chair.
So that would be to the east of the parking lot. I thought it was going to be to the, I would say that would be the,
It appears to be
the
the
west
east.
of the parking lot. That's what I thought, but maybe it will get a clarification. Okay, let me see. There's other hands that are up. And Buddy, did you have a question?
Yeah, of course, the concern is always when something this comes up because of of course, it's a gigantic, 75 feet is very, very, very tall. The necessity for something like that, just like solar, we don't want to stop solar, although sometimes it's very intrusive into other people. So the concern is how badly this is really, really needed. I know up in that area, cell use is very hard to come by. I've driven up that area and I always have a hard time losing communication. So we have to, I guess, weigh the difference between progress and design and what it accomplishes. So that would be my concern. If it's going to really accomplish what is really needed, I guess we have to weigh both. So it's a very fine line for the board. Again, because nobody wants a high tower in their area. I'm sure if I was close by, I wouldn't want it. But again, the necessary of this is going to be very important to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Virgo. Member Beachside?
Madam Chair, if I could just take a moment to clarify what the board should be reviewing with in terms of this application, because the Planning Commission will be reviewing the same application, but slightly different aspects of this application. In 14-6.2 E4B, it says that the Historic Districts Review Board shall review whether the application complies with applicable requirements of 14-5.2 and this section, and the board shall determine that the applicant has demonstrated that no other less intrusive means or alternative to the proposed siting is practicable. So I would encourage the board to stick with the design of the tower, specifically the height and aesthetics of the tower, and the siting of the tower.
All right, thank you. Member Beachside.
Thank you. I think that helps with my question. I was trying to understand what we're doing here. So we're basically looking at the criteria as we would for an exception with some, I guess there's some differences in that criteria. But in addition to that, we're to determine if the applicant has demonstrated that all alternatives have been considered, then we can grant a waiver, but the criteria still needs to be met. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the criteria for the waiver are that the applicant has demonstrated that alternatives have been considered and that this is the least intrusive alternative that's been considered. In addition to that, there are 5 criteria that must be evaluated. That's the normal exception criteria number 1, that it does not damage the streetscape or does not damage the character of the district. Criterion 2, that the application is required to prevent a hardship to the applicant or an injury to the public welfare. Criterion 3, that the application strengthens the unique heterogeneous character of the city by providing a full range of design options to ensure that residents can continue to reside in the historic districts. Criterion 5 are that the application is for an exception is due to special conditions that are not the results of the actions of the applicant. And criterion 6, that the application provides the least negative impact with respect to the purpose of the section, which is the purpose of the historic districts.
And in reference to in reference to the criteria, Lisa, you happen to have agreed with 2 of them, which is 2 and 5, and you felt that the applicant did not submit sufficient information for 1 and 3, and you deferred to the board on number 6. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, Madam Chair. I feel that further testimony is required. Some of the responses were rather thin and didn't, in my mind, demonstrate adequately that the criteria had been met.
Thank you. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we're looking at is one is this needed? And 2, are there alternative locations? And one of the items that was submitted was the difference in reception. It was a map that showed the difference of the current situation and what the reception would be in various areas with the tower there. And that was very helpful. But what we don't have is a similar map that would show where could it go. The applicant last time talked a whole bunch about, it needs to be within a certain distance of the tower at St. John's Methodist Church. It needs to be at a certain altitude. It can't be blocked by things, all of which could be mapped for us so we could get some sense whether there would be a better place, perhaps on the St. John's campus, rather than on this road where it's very visible and in a place where the height would really stand out. And, that's what they want, is a waiver for that height. And if there are alternatives where there are a whole bunch of maybe taller trees around, and that would seem to fulfill the other things. So without that information, I don't see how we can make a decision.
Madam Chair, Member Katz, I've got on the screen a map of proposed of alternate locations that were considered. And this was provided, it's in your packet as well. I would also at this point really, I think that Dan Esquivel has some important information to offer in terms of alternative sites that have been considered and that may still be under consideration.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. And Mr. Esquivel, I have not forgotten you, but let me see what Member Benvenue has to say. Member Benvenue.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And perhaps I'll wait until I hear from Mr. Esquivel, because that was one of my questions was, given the letter we received from Los Miradores, which indicated ongoing discussions are taking place between the developer of this project and the neighbors about various sites. I was just going to ask for an update as to whether anyone knew whether or not further projects, site locations, or variations on this site, including a lower pole or a redesign, are under consideration, so that we don't unnecessarily use all our time on this one specific proposed project if it's already being usurped by further ideas.
Thank you. Member.
The other question I had for Lisa is, this is coming before us as just a height waiver, but this is still a structure in the historic district. So are we not to consider anything for today's purposes other than the height itself?
No, Madam Chair, Member Bienvenu, as I mentioned earlier, the task before the board this evening is to review for design and aesthetic considerations, but not exclusively height and sighting.
Yeah,
okay. So yeah, I just wanted to clarify that we're beyond, in addition to the height, we need to take into consideration, for example, the breadth of this, which is quite wide, 360 degrees surrounding the pole. So this is a large structure made of plastic material, in addition to just the fact that it's something like 80 feet high. So I just wanted clarification on that. Thank you.
Sure thing. And I would also point the board to the aesthetic requirements that are listed in 14-6.2E. You'll see that on packet page 8. Our list of aesthetic requirements that are under this board's purview as part of this review as well. It says subject to applicable federal standards and design codes, the following criteria must be met, and there are various aesthetic requirements listed there.
Thank you, Lisa. I am now going to turn it over to Mr. Esquivel. Good evening, Mr. Esquivel.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Rios. Good evening, members of the board. I've been working with telecommunication, unfortunately, since I started with the city. It's an interesting area of my review. One of the hardest things that the city has to deal with now are the new shot clock requirements of the FCC. And so that you are aware of what that is, there are 3 types of telecommunication facilities that are regulated by the shot clock. You've got the small cells, you've got the co-locations, and then you have those that are the other or siting type of towers, which this falls under, which gives us a shot clock of 150 days. Now, that is a global number that the city has to review the application by what could be 3 committees. The first committee is this committee, because that's what the application has been submitted before. And the second committee is the Planning Commission. And if there are any appeals, that would go to the governing body. All this has to occur within 150 days. Typically, when an application comes in, it's not necessarily 100% complete. And a letter goes out to the applicant that tolls the clock. And when that clock is tolled, it gives time for the municipality to run through these various committees and run through some of the incompleteness that occurs as a result of committee actions and committee submittals and other requirements that have to occur. That did not happen because the application that came into the historic district was complete. So the clock has not ever been tolled, leaving us 50 days, putting us 50 days into a 150-day process. And we still need to go through the Planning Commission. And if there are any appeals, we have to have enough time to be able to take those to the governing body. So as you deliberate on this case, I ask you to keep in mind that we still have a long process to go with a very short amount of time that we have. We've got 100 days left. Now, that's the FCC side of our time span. The applicant, the neighbors, and the city have been in negotiations to find, or hopefully find, an alternative site to the current proposed location that is before you tonight. Nobody in the community likes the site that is before you tonight. And there have been a few meetings with the city and the neighbors, and the city, the neighbors, and the applicant. And again, even today with our legal department, some of the neighbors, and then again, me with the neighbors after that. So we are knee deep in negotiating. There have been some proposed sites that have been put forward, but there has not been an agreement on any of them. And I would ask that if you are to deliberate tonight, that you keep in mind our limit on the shot clock, because it does not toll the clock if you postpone it. It just burns up time. If you deny it, then it goes through an appeal process that burns up time. So always keep the federal government's restraint on us for time when you are deliberating or postponing a telecommunications site, depending on what type it is. I know that we are going to continue that siting process. So there's the highest probability that if the neighborhood and the applicant and the city come to an agreement on a location that is reasonable for all, that a new location will be put forward. And I would ask that you include a condition in your deliberation that allows the Planning Commission to be able to move that site without it having to come back to the historic board, so that we can preserve any appeal process to go to the governing body. Because we are, again, we're at that critical point where we only have 100 days left, and every public hearing requires notice, which means that you can't get on any body without putting that notice forward. So you automatically have 15 days burned up just to put out notice. And we definitely need to make sure that we're cognizant of that. Some of the information that you guys are talking about now are going to be discussed at the Planning Commission level and are part of 1462E. The application submittal to the H board did have a propagation study, which identified the hole that was requested from a previous member at the last meeting. And as you can see in red, all of that is what that tower will be able to serve relative to this certain location and the search ring that they looked at. Every tower that goes up is part of a network. In the past, every tower had to go to a switching station. You talked into your phone, that went to a switching station, went to the tower, or to the tower, then the switching station. And then as you moved around, as you were mobile, it switched from the switching station to the closest tower. So if you've ever noticed, when you're further away from the tower, your battery drains. That's because your phone is desperately trying to connect to that tower. When you're closest to the tower, your battery is preserved. So the tower's location relative to every other tower that is within its network has an effect on how you're able to communicate through that particular network. The number of towers represent how much they need in order to address how many people can be served by a single tower, the capacity of each tower. There are so many frequencies that are allocated to each antenna panel. Each antenna panel is going to have so many antennas within each panel. Typically you get, I think it's between 8 and 12 antennas within each panel for the lower frequencies. The higher frequencies where they're moving into the gigahertz range or the 5th generation, they can be reduced in size because you end up with a massive MIMO antennas that have hundreds of little antennas that are more efficient with that frequency. The longer, the lower the frequency is, the bigger the antenna. That's typically the technical aspect of it. And that is a range from between 700 and 2100 megahertz. So there are various aspects to a telecommunication facility that integrates with the network relative to its propagation study, to its search ring, and then on top of that, an applicant has to be able to secure a site on private property. So it's within that search ring, they have to find an area that works with that network. The height is definitely a factor in how it serves in an area, the higher the tower, the larger the area they can provide. As you know, a lower frequency has a lower oscillation, a higher frequency has a higher oscillation. So the higher that tower is, provides the ability for the span that it's able to provide for the area that it's serving. This is also a tower that will be able to be co-located by some of the other telecommunication facilities, such as T-Mobile and Verizon. So it's not just an AT&T site, it's a tower that is co-locatable that will provide all of the services that the majority can utilize for this area, and that is the area residents, the people partially that would be maybe hiking in the area that would be able to get a service or a signal now. And all of this is relative not just to the panels and the power ratio, but the height as well. We are still in negotiations. A lot of the questions are like your questions to height, why, the how comes, why nots. There have been some sites put forward that seem to be favorable in some ways and not favorable in others. We are still wanting to continue that. And we hope in the future that we can come to again, a reasonable solution so that we can put forward to the Planning Commission a site that is accepted by all parties, rather than a win-lose situation. We hope to get to a yes-yes situation through this negotiation that we're doing. So I hope I've explained much of the telecommunication aspects. I will answer any questions that you may have. Some questions I may have to defer to the applicant because only the applicant would know.
Mr. Esquivel, thank you very much for your very knowledgeable explanation. I have a quick question, and that is, with the FCC's requirement of the 150-day limit to review, if the 150 days expires, does that mean that the project dies, or does that mean that the FCC, with the FCC, it goes forward?
So from my understanding of that aspect, and I'm not an attorney, I'd have to get Sally to confirm this, but once the timeline has expired, the federal government has basically said, city, county, state, you have this time to review this application. If you fail to review this application, they can petition the courts for failure to meet the federal guidelines, and the courts would then decide whether or not that tower is going to go up.
Okay, thank you. Let me see, Member Katz.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks so much for that explanation. It really helps. I understand the need for the tower, and that's a pretty nice little tree that you got there on the screen now. I don't think whatever you have is going to be beautiful. The question is all about location. A tree that size located right where they have proposed it, right on the road, is very, very visible. Another place would be fine, and I just am, so how do we deal with that? I'm not comfortable saying this is okay if there are better alternatives, which is what we're directed to do. And I mean, I think there probably are better alternatives. I know that there were on that alternative siting graphic, it talks about how the students didn't like this. Well, you know, ultimately it's St. John's that gets to decide whether they want to lease any land and what land they want to lease. And if they want to have better service for their students, their faculty, and their neighbors, you know, maybe they have to put it someplace that is not best for them, which in this case, it seems like this is the furthest away from maybe the campus. So oh, that's not us, that's something else. Maybe it needs to be more on the campus. And I'm just discomfited by, I don't want to hold us up. I suppose that the answer is that if we don't get answers from folks, we either deny it on the basis that the location is not good, or we haven't gotten an answer to that location, or we request that the applicant withdraw the application so that we can do these negotiations. I mean, it seems to me that we should not be held under this thumb if there's negotiations going on.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Board Member Katz, I completely agree with you. I mean, it puts the board in a very interesting predicament. I don't think that there's ever going to be a perfect location for a telecommunication site, even if it's a tree or a clock tower or some kind of artwork. I think that a telecom site, no matter where it's placed, is always going to be a telecom site unless it's hidden within a building like the ones at St. John's Methodist Church, where this same applicant built that particular stealth site or alternative tower location is how the code defines it, but it's a stealth site. So here we're dealing with a fiberglass outer shell on a metal pole, monopole, that is trying to integrate with a environment where the trees do not match the height of the tower. So no matter where you put it, you're still looking at a tower that needs to integrate with the network. So how that integration works is how well that foliage or how well that stealth technology that they're proposing integrates with its environment. Now, I can tell you right now without a reasonable doubt, everybody in the neighborhood is opposed to its current location. They do not want it. And they've provided some very reasonable, I hate to use reasons twice, but they've identified reasons that make sense. They have to drive through it. They're going to see it every day. It doesn't match the environment. It's close to the road. It needs a waiver to set back from the base of the tower to the edge of the property, and only the planning commission is going to be able to do that. It needs a waiver to height because the height restrictions within the zoning district or the historic district are limited. So you need waivers at this location, 2 of them. It's going to block people's visual, it's going to disrupt people's lives at its current location. And that's the bottom line of where the neighborhood sits right now. They don't like it at this location. Now, there are some neighbors that just don't want it at all. I mean, that's always going to be a factor in every telecommunications site that comes to play. And there are going to be some neighbors that want it because they don't have service out there, and they really would like to be able to stop walking around their house with a phone in their hand trying to find out where the best place to make that conversation, or if there's a 911 call, if it's going to get out. So
Dan, when is hearing scheduled in front of the Planning Commission?
They have not made an application yet because they're waiting for this body to make a
decision. Why? We got this.
Because they don't, right now, they don't know which direction they're going to go. And that's probably a question you want to ask the applicant more so than me. I don't have control over that. I will say that currently there have been some locations proposed, and it is very possible that in the near future, I'm hoping that we can all come together on a site that everybody can agree to. And what I'm hoping from this body is that you allow the Planning Commission to be able to move that location without it having to come here because we're concerned with that shot clock. And it is not stopping. We can't stop it anymore.
But our job is to approve of the location, and you're saying you can't do your job. My suggestion is that we simply either postpone and tell them to get it in front of the Planning Commission, or we deny it and let them go to the Planning Commission. If it's moved, yeah, I mean, I'm with you, Dan, that there are probably alternatives, But it seems to me that the process has gotten screwed up. They should be going to the Planning Commission. There's no reason why they're not. And
Well,
how can the 150 days run if they're not going to the Planning Commission who needs to approve it?
well, the 150 days is set by the FCC, not by the city.
I understand, but
They don't, it doesn't matter whether it's to this body or that body or both bodies. It all has to match within that time frame. And what I would,
that, but why isn't it moving forward to the Planning Commission then?
I would advise you to ask that very question of the applicant.
I mean, it leaves us in the choice of simply saying, no, we don't like that location. There are a number of other locations that would be better, that would be less offensive. You want the height. That's why we're here, to give you the height, but that means you've got to put it in the best location for that height. You need to put it near those trees by St. John's that are, you know, maybe 50 feet tall instead of 10 feet tall. And
Chair, Board Member Katz, I agree with you. You're not saying anything that the neighbors have not put forward. And that's why we're still in negotiations with the neighbors. What I was trying to do was trying to work with both committees so that we can still have that review process and still meet our deadline within that 150-day shot clock that we have. I think that part of the reason why the applicant hasn't submitted the application to the PC is because he had to do the ENN first. The ENN requires the applicant to wait 10 days from that application. We then have our own schedule for the Planning Commission. And I think he was also waiting on a decision here so that he can move forward. But, you know, he has been working with the neighborhood. So he's not the bad guy here in any sense of the word, because he's honestly sat down, he's listened to the neighborhood, he's been looking at locations, he's been working with the college. And I would ask you to ask him what he would like to do, rather than ask me, because I don't have control over that. I can't force him to do anything, but he is in full control of that application process.
thank you, Dan. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I have a question for the board members. Mr. Esquivel stated that when this goes to the Planning Commission, he would like it for it not to come back to the board, so that they can be within that, they have 100 days left now. And I want to know how board members feel about that. Do you want it to go to the Planning Commission and they make the decision? Member Katz, you have the floor.
Well, I think,
and I'll ask each one of you.
What I don't understand is if I'm very happy to have the Planning Commission. I think Dan does a really good job in negotiating, and maybe they'll come up with a place, a location that would be satisfactory to us. But I don't want to give up our authority to review the ultimately chosen site. And I don't want to punt on just, oh, well, whatever the Planning Commission decides is okay. Now, you know, we can schedule it so that we don't lose track of it, so we don't have to burn up 15 days of notice. We can basically reset our hearing to happen the same week that the Planning Commission does. When do they do it? Thursday, maybe the next week, whatever it is. But I would not advocate that we give up our authority to, I mean, the big point is, where is it going to be? And we're being told, yeah, but we don't know that yet. So just approve it and someone else will take care of that. That doesn't work for me. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Buddy, you have the floor.
Yeah, my concern is we're being asked to look at this where the location, Mr. Esquivel mentioned all the wrong reasons for us to approve it, with the neighborhood, the location, the size, the style. He keeps mentioning St. John's Methodist. They put it on top of an existing tall structure. Now, St. John's has a lot of tall structures, bell towers in area. So why can't they look at the same application that was done at St. John's Methodist for St. John's right on the campus, with their tall buildings that are up further up into the mountains. The location right now is terrible. Having to look at this thing every day, a neighbor, I don't blame them. This would be it's a terrible sight. And especially 75 feet tall, it just doesn't make sense where it's being proposed at all. So like Mr. Escobar mentioned all the reasons why we shouldn't approve this according to the neighbors. So good luck with this. I think we're being asked to do something that right now just doesn't work.
Yeah, and Buddy, I will also ask you the question, do you think that it should come back to the board or we should give our authority?
No, of course it should come back to the board because we still have that obligation on the height and also on the design of this.
Okay, thank you, Buddy. And also in reference to putting it on the campus, I believe, if I'm correct, that the applicant stated the last time that that they explored those possibilities, that he explored those possibilities, and that the college would not would turn them down on wanting to put it on the campus, and he can verify that or otherwise. Member Larson.
Yes, thank you, Cecilia, for asking everybody for their opinions on the board. I have a few thoughts. I hope that's okay before I address your direct question. Okay, thank you. So, so I can see that this has developed quite a bit since we last spoke, and I'd just like to say that my thoughts on this have changed since we last just had this discussion. Previously, I thought that that all factors had been taken into consideration, and that this was possibly the only option for this tower. And I realize now that I'm not so sure that that was the best decision on my part. So I'd just like to say that I did do some research since we last spoke, and I have looked at how other cities have handled placing cell towers in historic districts. And it seems that we have kind of skipped a few steps here, in that in this case, I think historic preservation interests haven't been taken into account until the very end, after you all have sort of made your decision as to what the most effective location is for signal and in favor of the client, if I'm correct. And I think that it's good that we're able to have this discussion before we come to a consensus or a decision. And I just like to just say, I think it's kind of a tricky situation this evening to be in, being told that that our opinions maybe aren't as important, or I don't know if I'm getting the wrong impression, but I'd just like to say that I think we offered a pretty thorough discussion last time, particularly from Member Beachrive and Bienvenue and Mr. Katz, in suggestions for offering different locations, for offering different screenings, and it seems that that none of that has really been presented this evening. So I just feel like it's kind of a tricky spot to be in here. You know, I agree that, you know, although St. John's is I believe it's a National Historic Landmark, am I correct? Or at least portions of it are contributing to that. But so there are complications there as well, and I understand that. But yeah, in terms of the historic district and the best interest to to the character and the nature of the streetscape and the district as a whole. Yeah, I just think we can do better, even if we have to compromise on the signal strength, you know, whether it's placed on a building or at a more discreet location. I still am really interested in seeing what can be done in that respect. So I would hope that as the board, we'll be able to continue to work with you on this process and offer our insight as best we can. And I hope that we can come to an agreement that works for the case of safety, of course, in terms of getting emergency signal and all of the other accommodations that are needed for the amount of data that we need in 2020 and beyond. But also in favor of our district, which, you know, it's an irreplaceable and unique area that is, it's a district for a reason. So we are just trying to do our best here in the interest of the district, and not completely denying, but wanting to work together. So that's all I have to offer.
Thank you. And Member Larson, I'm going to guess that you are in agreement with the other two members that it should come back before the board.
I am. I think that that's really the only way that we can make the best decision as a community, in consulting with both the planning division as well as us, because, you know, we are here to make the design decisions in the best interest of our districts.
Okay, thank you, Member Larson. I will go to Member Benvenu in a minute and also Member Beachside, but Mr. Esquivel has something to say.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the board. One of the things that I'm hoping that you will consider in your deliberation is the idea that the neighborhood are the main stakeholders in this area that have to live with this facility if it gets built. And I would ask that you allow us that time to negotiate, because they are negotiating in good faith, both the applicant and the neighbors. Another thing that was just mentioned is the issue of frequency. Unfortunately, the FCC has not allocated any authority to the states or political subdivision to make any decision on towers or telecommunication facilities based on frequency. They maintain full control over that. They sell the frequency channels, they put them up for auction, they take them away. That is something that we don't have any authority to regulate, approve, or deny on. Just to note. So I hope that you will consider the negotiation that's been going on with the neighbors and the applicant and the city, and maybe even allow the applicant to explain his position before you deliberate. And thank you, and I'll answer any other questions concerning the makeup of a telecom facility. I know that Sally's been working with Marcos and I on some of the FCC rules and regulations. So if you have any questions, please ask our legal department as to where we stand with that.
Thank you, Mr. Esquivel. Member Benvenu.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. To answer your specific question, I don't believe that we should, and possibly perhaps we cannot, defer to the Planning Commission, because the Telecommunications Facilities Act specifically requires approval from this body. And that approval needs to meet some fairly stringent conditions that need to be found by a fairly high standard of evidence. So I do believe that the H board is responsible for deciding whether or not those waivers, whether the applicant has demonstrated that the criteria to grant those waivers has been met, and whether we believe the sufficient evidence has been proffered to that effect. So I do think that we're pretty well responsible for that. So that brings me though to this legal issue that's being raised tonight that's obviously of great concern, this 150-day deadline. And it's difficult to know how to handle that because we don't have legal advice on exactly what the alternatives are or what the repercussions are of any particular decision we make. I'm going to guess without knowing that this is probably a rule that provides that if the city doesn't act within 150 days, that it's deemed approved. That would be my guess without having read this FCC guidance letter or order or whatever it may be. But that still raises a lot of other questions, such as, can the applicant withdraw the application at this point in time and resubmit and allow a new 150-day period to start to run? Can the applicant voluntarily agree to waive the 150-day deadline in order for these negotiations to proceed? And then finally, what happens if we just deny the application? Can the applicant just agree not to appeal that or go to court on a de novo action and let the process begin again? So I think that in many ways, this process should really be in the hands of the applicant, not the board, to solve the fact that this clock has been running all this time, as we found out tonight. So I don't know if we have answers to any of those questions, but I do think that, in my personal opinion, it's clear to me that the applicant has not met the standards required. So I think the application cannot be accepted at this time based on the information that's provided. And we can discuss that further, the reasons for that. I would like to see a new application with either more information being provided to substantiate both the actual gap that's being filled and that this is the least obtrusive alternative if they want to continue with this location. Far better than that, though, would be to see a revised application that has either the same location with a much, much smaller monopine or other structure, or a completely different location. So that's what I would like to see, but I feel that we're, at least I personally feel that I'm being forced into just denying the application at this point, because if the clock is going to continue to run, we can't afford to take the chance of delay and having the approval automatically deemed approved.
Madam Chair, maybe we should
Thank
hear
you.
from Sally.
Sally?
Thank you, Chair Rios, Member Bienvenue, members of the board. Under the FCC, the only type of shot clock violation that is automatically deemed approved would be a violation of something that falls under the 60-day shot clock. This one being the large new telecom facility subject to be 150 days. It basically means that we are presumed under federal law to not have acted in a reasonable time. So that's a presumption that can be overcome. It could be litigated in court. And also there's not a real specific remedy in federal law. So it's not automatically granted. Certainly it takes away some of our zoning power and citing decisions and shifts it over to federal court, and they will have to choose a remedy. It's possible they could send it back to us. It's possible they could decide on it. And I haven't litigated these or extensively read the case law. But it's not an automatic grant of approval. So I want to make that really clear. The other thing that I want to point out on the shot clock is that the federal law and FCC guidelines do allow for a tolling agreement. And although, I mean, I think the federal law doesn't really contemplate what we're doing in our ordinance. And I think that's an area where our ordinance should be improved. It's on my short list of land use code text amendments that I'd like to propose if I'm around long enough. But ideally, we would have one application process that includes everything required for both H board and planning commission review. And we don't really have a real good system for that right now. We're still proceeding with the two application process, because that's what we have. Is we have two separate applications for the two different boards. Federal law, I think as soon as an application is filed, triggers the start of the clock. But because we are trying to take this through two different committees, and the applicant did originally agree that the filing of an application would start the clock, and it's not entirely clear if they meant an H board application, a planning commission application. So I think there's some room certainly to negotiate. The applicant can certainly choose to enter into a tolling agreement and say, we'll start the shot clock when we file an application with planning commission. And if the application is deemed incomplete, you know, we can toll it until there's a complete application. That's something that's within their power, not ours to force, but within their power. There's the opportunity that if we reach that 150th day, that they choose to continue in good faith because we're reaching a good project and they don't want to litigate it. And we don't want to litigate it. So it's not automatic that we would have to go to court. You know, it gives them a right to sue us, but it doesn't necessarily mean for sure that that's the outcome. So I think there are a lot of different options. I don't think that automatic denial is required tonight. I do think that postponement is an option. So I hope that answers some of those questions.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Sally.
you, Sally.
Yeah. I am glad to hear that it would not be an automatic okay for the project if that 150 days runs out. So let me hear from member Beachside.
Thank you. Yeah, so I want to support the regulatory process and the schedule, which seems to require that we make some sort of decision tonight. And along those lines, I guess if we knew that the monopine is the only design option, and understand that its height is fixed and necessary for the service to be provided, it seems like it might be possible for us to separate the design concerns from the siting, because I think what seems to be the biggest problem for me is this site does not work. It's too close to the street. It's objectionable to the neighbors, but possibly the same design could work in another site, and in addition, the exception criteria is not met for the specific site. So maybe the exception criteria could be met for another site. If we were given a defined set of sites as options, I think it would be possible for us to say yes or no to each of those in a set. But I don't think we're being presented with that tonight. And the one thing I would like to say about having this come back to the board or move forward with the planning commission is that I'm really concerned that this provides a forum for the neighbors and the public and people that are, you know, interested in this project to express their concerns. I wasn't aware of Los Miradores concerns until tonight. So I don't want them to lose out on that opportunity just because we have to move along with the schedule.
Thank you, Member Bichon. I appreciate your comments. Member Roybal, did you have something more to say, or?
Yes, Chair Rios. I'm afraid that we're just spinning our wheels here, and to hear any more testimony would be just a waste of time and effort. I think we need to just, at this point, maybe just postpone it. And because of lack
of the applicant and the public before we can do that.
We do need to hear from the applicant and the public. I think the applicant may be prepared to present additional evidence in the record, and that may definitely change your opinion of the case as to what you're going to do tonight.
Yes, I was going to go forward to hear the applicant because for those very reasons, he may have other options, and let's see where that takes us and what direction that will take us. So at this time, I will ask the applicant to get sworn in.
Yes. Mr. Milks, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Sean Charles Milks, 205 Tierra de Corrales, New Mexico, 87048.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you everyone for the back and forth. I think I have a solution. There's been quite a bit of negotiation, several meetings back and forth with the neighborhood representatives for all of the 3 neighborhoods and around. And what I propose this evening is a postponement of 2 weeks to 30 days to allow us to finalize some negotiations between the neighborhood as well as the St. John's College. What I'm prepared to do is to toll for 30 days if need be, so thus stopping the shot clock and allowing all of us to come to an agreement. I think we're close. I think we have 2 or 3 locations that we're going to go visit that is close to the proposed site now, possibly towards the gazebo, possibly further east into where there's taller trees, and further into the St. John's College. And so I think right now having a vote is not necessary. I don't think we want to start the process over, but I am going and willing to stop the clock, so to speak, and get everyone on the same page, and hopefully get everyone in the community to back this so that it makes your job easier to approve.
Thank you for your comments. I think that is the proper solution in this case at this point, to stop that clock and for this evening for the board to postpone the case so that you have the option to continue your negotiations with the neighbors and try to find the best site for this, whatever it might be, if it's a tree, or maybe you're going to come up with something else.
Yes.
Mr. Milks, I do have a quick question to ask you.
Yes.
I do realize that the taller the tree, the better the reception, the further it'll go out. But is there a possibility that perhaps you could have maybe shorter trees, maybe a couple of shorter trees that?
Yeah, so we have the technology that we didn't 10 years ago with the drones, and the drones are able to take pictures 360 degrees and provide this information to the RF engineers. At the same time, as Dan spoke about before, it has to communicate with the other sites. This site specifically has to speak and see site 246, which is the St. John's church, actually, that I built. When we started this St. John's College over by the dorms and looking at other proposed facilities, that site was not on air. And so with that site, it really narrows the areas and the heights to which that it will work. And so it has to be the site that it has to be at this height in order to communicate effectively with the other site that it's speaking to, as well as covering the neighborhood, as well as the college for the emergency services.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if any board members have questions for you at this time or comments. It appears that no one has any questions or comments. Oh, yes, Member Benvenu.
Yeah, I thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Milks, just a couple of questions. I mean, this is what you just answered. Well, first of all, let me back up and say I do appreciate the additional information that was provided, especially the propagation map, but it doesn't actually answer the specific question of what is the least obtrusive alternative to meet the specific gap that you're trying to fill. In other words, the map clearly shows that you improve service in a certain area, which is basically a given that you would improve service when you put a new cell tower in, but it doesn't really provide information that number one says what additional service was needed to provide the minimal necessities for first responders, for example, and decent cell service in the area. And secondly, it doesn't really answer the question, is it going beyond that? In other words, could you have an 80-foot pole in that exact same location that, yes, would have less effective, perhaps, communication with the St. John's Tower, but would still fill the gap? So is that information providable?
The propagation studies that were provided shows dB levels and
Right.
kind of color coordinated. Lisa, if you could go to that, and ultimately, you see the before and after. You see the site NML 00246. That represents the St. John's Church, and basically, what you're looking at is the absolute shortest site possible in order to meet the coverage objectives, both from a coverage objective and a capacity standpoint. And so going any shorter, you're not going to be able to meet the coverage objective that is what AT&T is getting governed by FirstNet. FirstNet is providing the funding along with AT&T, and if it doesn't meet their objective, then they don't build the site. So going with a shorter tower simply does not work, because they start out low and they go in increments of 5 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet, and they get up to a point where they try and build the shortest possible tower, so it is least obtrusive.
Well, I understand. So, I mean, that's basically what I was asking.
Yep.
You've given the conclusion, but not how you got there. In other words, what is the coverage objective? We still don't know what that is in this case. And
Yeah,
we don't know what.
The coverage objective is the St. John's College, as well as the surrounding neighborhood, as well as line of sight for 246.
Well, but it must be an objective to meet a certain level of what you have color coded, or of dBMs, I guess is your unit of measurement.
Yes.
So what is it? What's the number that we can put to that? The coverage objective number, so that we know what color you have to get to satisfy your objective.
Oh, it's 95, so it's red.
And why is it 95? To get to why does it need to be 95 is my question.
Why does it have to be 95? Because
Right.
That is basically, with radio frequency terms, I would have to, have an RF engineer describe it. I mean, basically as the developer, and I've been doing this 23 and a half years, getting into the nitty gritty of the RF emissions is not really what we do. We're being told that a shorter tower will not work. And if it will not work, they won't build the site. And so they're not going to build a taller site and spend more money when they don't have to. So,
well, someone might, because you lease out space on these, and the taller height gives you more space to lease, right?
True.
So there would be a reason to build a taller height than you need.
Yeah, I mean, it's under the ordinance that we have to, have it co-locatable, but the signal strength of the 95 DM is basically the threshold that they're trying to get to.
Okay,
and
well,
the signal strength has to be at a certain level in order for it to work.
Okay, but I'm just looking at, I don't want to beat a dead horse, because I just feel like
Thank
that's
you.
circular what we're saying here, because it still doesn't tell us why we need to get there. But
The 95 level is for indoor cover.
I'm surprised.
So everyone that has homes in and around the area, you have to have a certain signal strength or 95 dBm in order to have coverage inside
Right.
of the home instead
Yeah,
of.
but your own map shows that large sections of Santa Fe don't have that coverage.
They don't.
And won't even after you put this tower in.
That's correct. That's why there's need. Santa Fe, in the grand scheme of things, is extremely underdeveloped. A couple years ago, your mayor called for an emergency because it is so difficult to go through the process, to go through the ordinance. And as a native New Mexican and someone who has probably touched or built half of the sites in Santa Fe, it's the most difficult process in probably the Southwest. And so there's a reason why there's only a certain amount of sites and why it's so underdeveloped. So we're trying to fix that.
Well, okay. Well, the reason I'm asking these questions is just because that is the data that I at least would want to see in a resubmitted application to be able to make a determination as to whether or not this is the least obtrusive possible solution.
Okay, well, I don't know what else I can give you. Have you seen something from other carriers that have given you something? Because I don't know what else to even ask for.
Well, just for example, what would this map look like if the monopine was 15 feet lower, 20 feet lower, 30 feet lower?
There wouldn't be any red. It would be orange, or would go and essentially would not. Yeah.
I'm not asking you to answer the question. I'm asked. That's the information we would want to see in a map. At least I would.
Okay.
The other comment I was going to make is that I do think it's great and essential that you're talking to the most affected immediate neighbors, but the board has a responsibility to look out for the entire district, not just a particular neighborhood. So I would encourage you, because one of our criteria that has to be met is that this does not damage the character of the historic district. Even if a neighbor agreed that they wanted it, that wouldn't answer that question. And so you may want to include some members at large of the community to weigh in on this while you're doing your negotiations, such as the Historic Santa Fe Association would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Benvenu, for your comments. And let me see if other members have anything further to say. It appears not. I will open it to the public. And we have a person that has his hand up, Bob Snow. Mr. Snow, can you hear me? Is Bob Snow present? You're muted.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Snow?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, and you need to get sworn in and then we will hear your comments.
Very good, thank you.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Robert Snow, 754 Calle del Resplandor, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505 in Los Miradores.
Thank you.
The first comment I would say is that Vice Chairman Katz nailed your comments were exactly what the neighbors have bringing up in the few meetings that we've had. And by the way, I want to clarify something. The neighborhood was only notified, and our first meeting was 2 weeks ago today, June 30th. We had no meetings prior to that. We have had several meetings since then, but we have been very poorly informed. And all of the neighbors, including those in Wilderness Gate and Upper Cruz Blanca, absolutely would, as you would, hate the first two locations. They're right on the street. The historic district, you'd see this tree for 50 years, which is what the lease is with St. John's. So that location, if anything you do tonight, I'd hope that you would vote down the first two locations. And yes, we are working with Dan. The college has been very, they have not been as involved as we would like. They've let Sean, the developer, do their talking. And yes, I think you noticed on the map, the students voted down 2 sites. I know that there's people in Wilderness Gate and others, we'd much rather see it down closer to the fields, away from the street, away from the traffic that goes up to hike Atalaya. And I just think there is better sites, and we are going to work with Dan, but many of our neighbors would almost give up improved service as to having something that sticks out 75 feet tall, 15 feet from Cruz Blanca. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Snow. We will go to Stephanie Benenato. I don't know, we can't hear you, Stephanie. I'm sorry, Stephanie, if you have a question, if you can type it and send it to us. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go to Steve.
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great, because it really takes a long time for it to come up on my screen. I'm not really sure why. So just a second, I have to turn on a light so I can see what I've written down. I really appreciate the comments by most of the board members, starting with Mr. Katz's and the last speaker, Bob Snow, about that the students didn't want them closer, and really you could maybe incorporate it into the building, but if they're concerned about the radiation, whatever, it's safer to be under it rather than, within a certain proximity. And I'm hearing over and over that really it is overbuilt, and it's overbuilt intentionally. It's called capacity. So as you said, I believe member Bienvenue, that, it's for other carriers later on, it's for 5G. It's more than what they need in the most immediate. I also thought that I don't think this would really work very well, but I thought that perhaps they would suggest putting other fake trees of varying heights around it to try to at least minimize that it's just so very tall. I'm not really suggesting it. I think the location at the beginning of a hiking trail is just so inappropriate as really to be beyond belief. I think that's all I want to say. Oh, and I wanted to commend the developer for being willing to toll the time running. I think that was, it was a good option, and I'm really glad that the developer is willing to do that and to work with the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie. I saw another person, Steve Flance. Let me see. Steve Flance, how are you? Unmute yourself. Mr. Flance, I want to give you the floor, but you need to unmute.
Am I unmuted?
You are now unmuted and you have the floor.
How are you, Madam Chair? You never gave me the floor when I was serving under you on the board.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Mr. Flance, you definitely have it right now.
Mr. Flynn, we will need to swear you in, actually, though. I know you're a known entity, but we swear in all witnesses.
Oh, yes, we have to swear you in twice.
Fine.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Stephen Flance, 2228 Wilderness View in Wilderness Gate, 87505.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I start?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Well, let me, first of all, thank the board for what I think is a terrific discussion of this tonight and bringing up some very salient and focused points about this proposal. I thought maybe I would fill in a couple of the blanks. As Mr. Snow pointed out, we really have only had a couple of weeks to get focused on this. We read the advertisement, the notice down on St. John's. We had the ENN with Dan and the applicant, Sean Milk. I think what's come out of that is the beginning of some level of good faith effort on the part of the proponent and the neighborhoods to try and work through the issues. I'd like to comment on a couple of things, particularly that have been brought up by members of the board. I do think it's the prerogative of the board to ultimately deal with this application or any future application in this regard. I think that from what I'm listening to, I'm really impressed by the sensibility of the board to not just the neighborhoods, but the entire community. This is a very difficult type of structure or proposal to have occur in any neighborhood, but particularly in a semi-rural and rural area that welcomes the community into the neighborhood along the Atalaya Trail, the Arroyo Chamisa Trail, the trail that runs along Upper Camino Cruz Blanca. We have lots of people from outside our neighborhoods using these areas for hiking, mountain biking, photography, and once in a while trying to get away from loose dogs. I think that for a neighbor in Wilderness Gate, and I am at this point just speaking to you as a neighbor, the neighborhood has taken hold of this proposal. The neighborhood is, our neighborhood in Wilderness Gate is currently polling with a straw poll our members. We have 52 or 53 members of our association. We have met a couple of times or had a couple of discussions with the developer. We have had numerous discussions with Dan Escobel, who parenthetically has been terrific as
I want to just note that we did reach the 2 minutes point. Rios, so
I'm
it's in your
sorry,
discretion to allow Mr. Flans to continue or not, but.
I wasn't aware of the deadline. I'll just stop if you want me to.
Mr. Flans, you can finish your thought.
Well, my thought is that we've spent a lot of time. We spent some focused time as a neighborhood in Wilderness Gate evaluating this. I cannot speak for the membership. I don't think anybody on the board could at this point. We were trying to get feedback from the members on the proposal. I think that this proposal to toll the time for 30 days to allow the neighborhoods to get together with Mr. Melk to work over proposals that he currently has on the table, other proposals. I think it should be an open discussion, and there should be no predisposition about us having to select a site or redesign the pole or the antenna. These are all, it would be an open discussion, and then come back to the HDRB with some kind of report. We either could reach some agreement, we couldn't reach some agreement, we effectively dealt with design issues or siting issues, or we didn't, and make it a report back to the HDRB, and then it's up to the HDRB to decide whether it agrees with the neighbors or with the applicant or none of us, and do the right thing for the community. That's the
Thank you,
input.
Mr. Flants, for your comments. We have another person here that that wants to speak. Hannah, but I'm not sure how to pronounce that last name.
Hi, McCahey.
Yeah, McCavey. Would you get sworn in, please?
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure, it's Hannah McCahey, 2214 Wilderness Meadow, Santa Fe, 87505.
Thank you. Ms. McCahey, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to all the members of this very long call. I just wanted to add that I would so appreciate if at all possible our future talks, because of so many different parties involved, if it would be possible to have the H board involved in these discussions that may or may not follow tonight about future locations. A lot of our talks have been with small groups, and to me, with so many people involved, I guess I'm asking, is there a way to have us all together?
I don't believe that we as a board can do that, and our city attorney can best answer that. Sally?
Thank you, Chair Rios, members of the board, Ms. McCahey. That would actually be an Open Meetings Act violation contrary to state law if the board was to meet outside of a noticed public meeting. We could schedule more meetings, but this board meets so much on a volunteer basis and with so much staff time that I think it might be almost impossible with our current resources to do it. But we certainly can't do it informally. No more than a quorum of the board cannot meet, and you couldn't meet with different less than quorums because there's a thing called a rolling quorum. So if you were to meet with members Bienvenue and Rios, and then members Roybal, Beachside, and Katz, then you would have 5 all talking about it, even though it was separate. That would still be a violation. So it's really difficult to work around that state law.
Thank you for the explanation. Did you have anything further to say?
No, I would just like to second what Bob Snow and Steve were saying, that we're just in the beginning of working on finding a new location. I think it's been a little bit overstated that we've had a ton of meetings. We really haven't.
Okay. All righty, thank you very much. Stay involved. We have another speaker, Madeline Carey.
Hi, Chairwoman. Thank you so much for having.
Yes, I'm going to swear you in. Please, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Madeline Carey, and I live at and own 1674 Camino de Cruz Blanca.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Historic Board, for having this meeting. I became the owner of my property on July 3rd, so I'm fresh to this conversation, although I have lived at this address for the past 3 years. I'm also employed by Wild Earth Guardians, which is a conservation nonprofit, and while I am testifying for myself this evening, I will leverage work and knowledge that I have in my professional capacity, specifically pertaining to age class distribution of forests in the Santa Fe area. And I'll start with that. I know based on looking at elevation maps, this tower won't fix my problem of not reliably being able to call 911 for my address. And I just want to provide that context that I don't think that this tower design is looking at solving the public safety needs of all the immediate neighbors. And I would like that to be one of the first questions that's asked. But more specifically, I want to talk about some of the design inciting components and requirements that you guys are looking at tonight as they pertain to the character of the district and the statement by the applicant that this tower fits in because it's around other trees. The area where this tower is sited and my neighborhood is located has been historically logged and managed by humans for over 500 years, the indigenous Tewa people before the Spanish, and then the Spanish when they arrived here, and after that Anglos, and then the city of Santa Fe and private property owners managing for wildfire. And I'll just share that it can take up to 90 years for ponderosa pine tree to reach 15 to 20 feet in height, and that the tallest pinon pine tree in the state is 45 feet in height. So the notion that a 75-foot monopine tower is maintaining the character of the district is false to anyone that has knowledge of the local ecology. And that's a concern for me, that we're saying just because it looks like a pine tree means that it fits the character of the district, when we have very few pine trees of that size and of an age where they could reasonably reach that size. When you combine that with climate change and the future of the district and the neighborhood, I think it's unlikely that we see ponderosa pine trees at this elevation reaching that height. And I want to provide that context, and I'm happy to provide research and data to back up those statements to either the board or the applicant.
And time, I'll defer to the chair to maybe allow you to finish your comment.
You may also finish your thoughts. We do have a 2-minute limit. But
that's the end of my thought on that. I'm happy to be a resource, but I do have a concern in saying that a 75-foot pine tree fits the historic character of the district, because I believe that I have scientific data to present that demonstrates that that is a false claim.
Okay, thank you. It appears that no one else from the public is, oh, there's another person here. Karen Durkovich. Ms. Durkovich, can you hear me? Would you unmute, please? Ms. Durkovich, I want to be able to hear you, but you are muted. Can you unmute your microphone, please? Evidently, she cannot hear me or is unable to unmute for whatever reason. Any suggestions? Lisa? Oh, there we go. Steve, you're back on. Anybody else? I don't know. Mr. Flance already had his 2 minutes plus, but I don't know if he wants to say something else. Maybe. I see one hand. Mr. Flance, did you have something further to say? No, he's muted. Ms. Jurkovich, did you have something to say? If you do, you need to unmute your mic.
Madam Chair, may I call Karen Durkovich, give me 30 seconds and tell her to unmute her mic, please?
She's unmuted now, but I don't know.
Yeah, it appears to have changed.
I think I'm unmuted now.
Hi, Steve Durkovich. We can hear you now. Please be sworn in for the record.
All right.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, my name is Stephen Durkovich. I live at 1607 Camino Cruz Blanca.
Thank you.
Okay, my comments are very brief. I think what the board has proposed to do makes sense. Okay, this is the postponement for about 30 days. And the only thing that I would ask and I would point out is this, is that I think that the developer hasn't explored all of the alternatives to the project in terms of siting and design. Okay, and what we're talking about here isn't just putting a monopine in a different place. There are 3 alternatives that can be utilized for expanding these communication sites. And the first one, and it's the one that's used throughout the country in most instances, and it's called small wireless facilities. And this is the technical name in the FCC data. And what small wireless facilities are is facilities that are 50 feet or less in height. In other words, these aren't tiny at all. This is 10 foot taller than any telephone pole. Okay, and this is the way that the majority of sites and coverage is expanded. And so if the site has a pole 50 feet or less, okay, it can be expanded in that fashion. Now there's another requirement, and the other requirement is that it can't be 10% or higher, that it can't be more than 10% higher than any of the surrounding structures. So the point is that the small wireless facilities, they're the ones that do the best job of expanding, okay, a network in an area that doesn't create any objections to the surrounding area. And then there's another category, and it's called co-locations. And co-locations are where you attach the aerial to an existing structure. And all that I'm asking is that the board ask the developer to consider small wireless facilities and co-locations in addition to this giant facility that he is proposing now.
And that is the 2-minute point.
Okay, then I'm done. Thank you for reminding me of
Okay,
that.
thank you very much. Let me see if there are any other people that wish to speak. It appears not. I want to thank all the persons that have spoken here this evening. And also I'm going to ask Lisa just to indicate if she has gotten any correspondence either by email or an actual letter in reference to this project, whether it's for the project or against the project. Lisa?
Yes, ma'am. I sent those written comments in advance of the hearing.
Okay, and did you indicate they were for or against?
Do I?
The correspondence that you received, they were against the project. Is that correct?
I believe so. I honestly have been so incredibly busy that I did not have time to read them word for word.
Well, you sent them to all of us, and yes, they were against the project right now. So in summary, first of all, I want to thank everybody for speaking. Board members, you made a lot of sense. Public, I'm so happy that you're all, that in Santa Fe we have the public that is very involved, and I think that's very important. And I also feel that it should come before the H board. This is located, even though this is the review district, I think that we, under the ordinance, have an obligation to make a decision in reference to something such as this. And others, in my tenure on the board, there have been other towers or possible towers that have come before the board. We have either said yes to them or said no, or try to work with the applicants to have the best possible solution to the issues. So that's what I would suggest to the applicant. I hope that you listen very carefully to what the board members have to say this evening, and also to the public. And the point that Mr. Benton, you made, that yes, it's very important that the neighbors, that we hear the voices of the neighbors, but this is in a district that affects the entire city. And it's important that our board make a decision that justifies the project for the district. And you listen to the comments that are telling you, applicant, try to put this in a location that is the least obtrusive. We are going for a 75 to perhaps 80-foot tree. Perhaps you want to come back with something that isn't even a tree, that is something else. The last gentleman that spoke talked about different options, and maybe that's something to look at. So I would thoroughly look at all the options that would be best suited for this project, so that the neighbors and the district are at peace with this project. And we do not know what the board will be doing, whether they will approve it or will not approve it, but we will definitely of course, listen to you as we listen and digest and make a proper decision in reference to this project. So with that being said, I will entertain a motion from the board. Oh, I do see that we have 3 hands up, and I will start with Mr. Esquivel. Mr. Esquivel, did you have something to say?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I have listened to some of the information that was requested, and a lot of it seems to be relevant to what 1462E has in it. And I can work with the applicant to address many of the concerns that were raised tonight in a packet within 30 days, if you allow that.
Thank you, Mr. Esquivel, and thank you for being here this evening. Your comments were very helpful to us. Mr. Benvenue.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to have my hand up, but since you've called on me, I would just echo the comment that we focused on the height, and I did as well, but I completely agree that this is not just about reciting the monopine in a different location in my mind. I think the monopine might be the worst possible solution to this, because it makes it higher than it needs to be and much wider than it needs to be, in addition to being a tree that doesn't exist in nature in that location. So I would absolutely encourage discussion of all possible other solutions beyond the monopine. Thank you.
Okay, Member Katz.
Thank you. I too would encourage consideration of those short towers. I was a little concerned that and maybe I just didn't understand what John Bienvenu was getting at, but I mean, there's a discussion of sort of like minimum of what we need. And I do think that we are not going to not have cell phones in the future. And I think that we do a disservice to our fellow residents in Santa Fe to only have the minimum that then will require another cell tower and another cell tower. So I think a thoughtful discussion of, well, how do we get better service? And it occurs to me, and I know that AT&T has talked about doing these smaller towers on the east side where their service is so terrible. And there should be some consideration to that.
Okay, and I do need a motion from someone.
I will do a motion.
Yes, Mr. Katz.
In this case, I would, in light of along with a waiver or tolling of the time for the 150-day period provided by the FCC, that we postpone this for 30 days, more or less, whenever our next meeting is.
Okay, is there a second to the motion and any further discussion? Member Benvenue?
Second.
Is there any further discussion? If not, I will ask for a roll call vote.
Yes, Member Beatside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenu?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
Member Roybal?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the section in our meeting this evening. If there's any matters from the board. There are no matters from the board. And let me see, Mr. Esquivel, did you have something further?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, you accidentally had your hand up, okay. And if not, we are now adjourned. Have a nice evening. See you in about 2 weeks. Peace.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, everybody.